This board meeting of the Board of Education for December 13th is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board of Meetings tab. The meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28. It will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. You can check the district website for replay times. Good evening, and I want to thank everyone for being here this evening. I'm going to get going with a couple of reminders and then turn it over to the superintendent for just a moment. We do ask that everyone attending the meeting tonight, members of the public, staff, and board members, that we all treat each other with respect. We're excited that you've taken time out of your day to get involved in the school district. We're also excited to be here tonight out of our normal building at Jefferson High School. Whether you're here to testify or just observe, our ability to engage with one another civilly is something that makes our community stronger. If you wish to display signs or banners, please remain in the auditorium foyer behind the seating area, and please don't block any attendees' views of the proceedings. For safety reasons, we also need to keep the walkways and aisles clear, and in general, we just would appreciate it if everyone can be mindful of others in the room and remember that we're setting an example tonight for our community's children. Before we dive into our agenda tonight, I did just want to turn it over to the superintendent just to say a word about some of the events in the district.
Thank you, Chair Scott, for the opportunity to just acknowledge, recognize for a moment that yesterday, for the third time in 2 months, a gun was fired just outside a Portland Public School campus. In 2 of those instances, PPS students have been injured. We're here at Jefferson High School, one of the impacted school communities. And across the city, I think we're all hearing it during the same time period. Far too many Portlanders have been victims of our region's escalating gun violence. As a lifelong educator, I see my primary responsibility as ensuring the safety and well-being of the children and youth under our care, as well as their teaching and learning. I'm grateful for the commitment and service of our educators and our support staff, who every day are dedicating themselves to accomplishing these goals. But as gunfire rattles another PPS community, I urge our community to come together and work collectively towards resolving the social problems plaguing our neighborhoods. Chair and directors, I've posted a statement with some thoughts on the impact of gun violence and the effect it's having on school safety. And I just want to assure our broader community that this is of utmost importance and a priority of ours to keep our students safe, and we'll continue to cooperate with every authority and support service out there towards that aim. So you can see my fuller statement posted on our website.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on, we have a very full agenda tonight, so I'm going to be trying to move us quickly through so we have able to have some conversation about each of the items. Just really quickly at the very beginning, I want to talk briefly about board member declarations for leadership. Back in May of 2021, the board adopted a process by which board members could be considered for leadership positions. The resolution states that in order to be considered for a leadership position, board members should notify the current board chair in writing by December 1st if they plan to run for board leadership in the January election, and then at the first board meeting in December, which is tonight, the chair publicly confirms board members who are interested in serving in leadership. The only 2 people who have expressed interest, I've expressed an interest in remaining as chair moving forward, and Director Hollins has expressed an interest in remaining as vice chair. And the board will vote on that board leadership at the January 10th board meeting, the first board meeting of the calendar year. One quick note, I do think as we move forward, an issue that has come up, which I think is important, is that process that was put in place about notifying the board chair is a little bit awkward. And so we're going to talk just about maybe in our protocols or some other way, maybe notifying the board clerk or some other mechanism, just the same process of notifying, but not the board chair.
Yeah, I think when we adopted that, we said that there was room for continued improvement on the process. So thank you.
The board will now vote on the consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you'd like to pull for discussion, we will set those aside for discussion and vote at the end of the meeting. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Great. Board members, are there any items you'd like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion or questions?
Yes, I'd like to pull the DNR masonry registration contract. I think that says an expenditures contract.
Okay. Ms. Bradshaw, do you see that one? You know which one he's referring to?
Yeah, it's under 6621.
In 6621, that specific
It's
contract.
under 6621.
92146.
I also have a question about the, I don't know if you're going to pull the whole resolution. I have a question about the Balmer contract. But
Yeah, so we'll have board discussion in just a second. Let's get a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda without the aforementioned contract. I need a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Director Hollins moves, Director Green seconds the adoption of the consent agenda with that one contract removed. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? Director Brim Edwards.
Thank you. I just had a question about the Balmer contract. I noticed that we're paying for 2 positions over a 2-year period, and I'm curious, is that an ongoing commitment? I know it appears that we get a pretty substantial value on the other side of slots for our
Yeah,
staff.
I'll let our deputy, who's been working very closely with U of O leadership and the Balmer Institute on our partnership, so maybe you could shed some light on there along with, thank you, James, for joining us.
So I can speak to the Balmer position. You know, we are deeply grateful for our partnership with Balmer and the University of Oregon. We're additionally grateful for the fact that Balmer, the institute has agreed to pay for a liaison position that will work as a conduit between the 2 organizations as we co-develop a behavioral health model here at PPS. The Balmer Institute has agreed to pay for that position in full for 2 academic years. So that is the agreement now. They are also open to an amendment which may add an additional year.
Great. Does that answer your question? Okay. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
The board will now vote on resolutions 6620 through 6624, with the exception of the FSCP DNR masonry. Was that the
Yeah.
contract? Which we will come back and talk about at the end of the agenda. All board members in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon.
Yes, and I apologize for being late. We were running a DSC meeting and then parking, so, but I'm here now and I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem. You were doing important work, so appreciate gathering the input from students. Are there any abstentions on this vote? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes.
Byron, before you came in, the superintendent just addressed the community regarding the incident of gun violence at Cleveland and our incidents at Jefferson recently, and just generally the way that our students all over the city are being impacted. And I know you were personally impacted, so I want you to know that we have you in our hearts, and the superintendent spoke to that before you came in.
Thank you. I plan on talking about it in my student report.
We turn now to student and public comment. Before we begin, just a quick review of our guidelines for public comment. We really thank those who have come out tonight to attend this meeting and provide your comments to us. Public input informs and improves our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. The board office may follow up on any board-related issues raised during public testimony, and we do request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have any additional materials that you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. It's publiccomment@pps.net. And when you begin your comment, please clearly state your name and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you should hear a sound after 3 minutes, at which point we would appreciate it if you would conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, I know we have some folks signed up for student and public comment.
We do. Ellie Weiner.
Yes, it should be on.
Okay.
Great.
Hi, my name is Ellie Weiner, Weiner. Good evening, PPS administrators and board of directors. My name is Ellie Weiner, and I'm a junior at Roosevelt High School. I'm here representing the Climate Change, Climate Justice class at Roosevelt. For the past few weeks, we have been learning about the Climate Change Response Plan, which was adopted by PPS in March 2020. The CCRP says that Portland Public Schools will be carbon neutral by 2040. This is the way PPS is trying to combat climate change in our communities. The CCRP is the strongest climate change plan in the nation, which as a student makes me proud. As students and informed community members, we have noticed that PPS is taking on projects that will hinder reaching the 2040 goal. Benson High School is currently undergoing a complete renovation and update of its systems as well as its interior and facade. Benson, just like all PPS high schools that have already been renovated, is scheduled to have a methane heating system. The way a methane heating system functions does not align with the 2040 carbon neutral goal. While all the schools that were renovated before the CCRP was passed will have to be retrofitted with alternate heating and energy systems before 2040, there is still time to take Benson off that list. Removing the parts of the methane system that have already been installed at Benson and putting in the new electric system will most definitely lengthen the renovation, and we acknowledge the hardship of prolonging the dislocation of the student body. But in the long run, it will increase PPS's chances of meeting its goal on time. In addition, our calculations have shown that removing the methane system now and installing an electric one will cost the district between $6 and $8 million, while a complete retrofit in 18 years, with gas prices rising and inflation, will cost them approximately $34 million. In the United States, schools generate 72 million cubic tons of CO2 per year. If our schools cut their carbon emissions by half, let alone cut them all together, our country could make a massive contribution to solving climate change. We implore you to consider our positions. This is the time for our community to continue the good work that started with the adoption of the CCRP. At this critical moment, every decision must be made with the goal to deliver on those vital promises made last March. The health of our world is worth more than the short-term cost of time and money the district would spend in implementing our suggested changes to the planned renovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And my understanding is that the class also has produced a video, which we will make sure to send around to the whole board so folks can watch it. Kara?
Cruz is virtual. Did you hear me, Nima?
It's just going to be Aaron today.
Okay. Well, then Aaron Cruz was up on the list next.
He's-
Hi, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Aaron Cruz, CREWS, and I'm one of the vice presidents of BSU at Harriet Tubman Middle School. I want to update you about what's been going on in my school. One thing is I would like to see more Black teachers and more classroom management. Our school and other schools need teachers and staff of color so that we can have more people to relate to and we can feel more welcome in our community. Anything else is the lack of classroom engagement. Many teachers and HTMS students receive busy work from the teachers. Another thing is the lack of classroom management. A lot of teachers don't know how to manage our classes very well, and it causes a lot of chaos, and which causes students to skip class. I believe teachers should also care more and make the classroom more engaging instead of just handing out busy work. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony.
Karanja Cruz.
All right. How's everybody doing? Greetings to the board chair, everybody, superintendent, and the community. I'm actually here at Harriet Tubman. We're here at the PTA community listening meeting. As you guys know, PAT is in bargaining with PPS currently, and they're having communities listening sessions, and they're in bargaining actually talking about Article 9 right now. I'm here to share some things with you. My son and daughter has been a straight A student since 6th grade. Overall GPA would be maybe like a 3.8. In the midst of that, we have not received any type of honor roll award or anything in that type of nature. Last week, my son had caught victim to a situation where I want you guys to be aware of. I see you, a lot of you guys are doing extra stuff. I don't know if you're listening, but but basically, last week my son was horseplaying, but it got misinterpreted to be a threat to cause harm. That language alone is not the nature of my son. I'm in the midst of an appeal for that language to be removed, but I wanted to have you guys be aware of that. In the midst of bargaining, in the midst of Article 9, we still are using criminal language to criminalize our kids. Again, this is not the nature of my son. I plan to appeal. And it's ironic that I'm here at this community listening session. So I just wanted to put that pretty much on your radar. That's pretty much what I'm fighting now is to remove that language. But that goes back to what my son is saying at classroom management. If we had classroom management, we wouldn't have horseplaying in situations like this. So just want to bring that to your attention. I know you guys have a report that's going to be presented to you guys about the update of Harriet Tubman. Hopefully in that presentation, they will share the data that was collected about students' voice and how they feel in the school. So hopefully you will ask that question when they're presenting the update about Harriet Tubman. So just wanted to put that on your radar and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Shannon Kittrick Sullivan.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Shannon Kittrick, Kittrick, and good evening, Superintendent Guerrero and board members. I am a Roosevelt High School teacher, and I'm going to talk about the 100% utilization model. As Roosevelt was being rebuilt, teachers were introduced to a corporate term called the 100% utilization model. Planning, we were told, was an antiquated use of classroom space. Teachers would abandon the single classroom model for multiple classrooms. We'd share an office with our department and plan lessons in cubicles. They said it would be a great place to plan, collaborate with coworkers, and meet with students. The day I moved out of the classroom was the saddest day of my life, of my career. I had many great memories in that classroom. I recall being told that there were up to 4 teachers in a classroom and that I wouldn't get my own bookshelf. I cried. Today, I want to tell you why I believe the 100% utilization model does not benefit our students or our teachers. Teachers are leaving en masse because of this model. It is physically demanding to shuffle supplies into multiple classrooms. First, we must gather our materials from multiple classrooms. Then we travel with students in the hallways during a 7-minute passing period. Teachers move lessons on carts through overcrowded hallways. It's dangerous to have science materials and lab supplies move through hallways with so many students. Students also lose instructional time. We repost learning targets on the board, log into our computer using a dual authentication system, and then set up every lab or hands-on activity again. 100% utilization disregards the specific needs of high school students. We don't have space to have a private conversation with parents or with students. This plan disregards what we do in our classrooms when we are not teaching. This model creates an environment of disorder and stress among students and staff. We no longer have a sense of place and of familiarity at school anymore. Students don't know where to find us because we can be in 3 different rooms. We don't have enough space for conferences or to meet with students at flex time. Lost in the vision is any understanding of what teachers do for their students. We are forced to plan hands-on activities and labs in a cubicle with only a mental picture of how our equipment, supplies, and chemicals will be given to our students. For example, one of the best times to talk with students is in between classes, but we now must ignore them and pick up and move to the next classroom. Classrooms are a less inviting space. The walls of well-used classrooms are much more than a decoration. They are an essential part of the curriculum. They said that the new flex space would give students a college feel. The architects added couches, chairs, and tables in our hallways. However, we serve teens, and our flex spaces have created major issues in our hallways. We are told that all Portland public schools would be 100% utilization model. Benson teachers are being told that Roosevelt teachers love it. This is not true.
Ms. Kittrick, could you wrap up your comment?
Yep,
Thank you.
right here.
Thank you.
There is not an administrator, teacher, student, or parent that believes this model is good for our kids. It does not improve the quality of teaching and learning, and it adds additional burdens to a teacher's time in short supply. When we have an opportunity to build a new school, the designers must deeply understand what classrooms mean to the students. Now we need the board and district admin to believe us when we say the 100% corporate model is a not good model for schools.
Thank you for
Thank you for
testimony.
listening.
Thank you.
Sophia Dreves.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody, esteemed directors and superintendent. My name is Sophia Dreves. It's spelled D-R-E-V-E-S. I'm here tonight to advocate for aftercare at Lent School. I'm a parent of a native Spanish-speaking DLI student at Bridger Elementary, and due to the boundary changes, we will be transitioning both of our children to Lent starting in fall 2023. Here's the bare facts and the consequence of not guaranteeing aftercare at this point in time at Lent. Many DLI families are going to go elsewhere and or leave the program entirely. At Lent, this will have the largest impact on Native-speaking families, BIPOC families, and folks with limited means. What's the result? The DLI program at Lent, it's going to be restricting access to the very same families that the program is aiming to serve. Meanwhile, inner Portland schools in wealthier neighborhoods enjoy strong, robust aftercare programs. Those are the cold, hard facts. And it's ironic. The SEGC proposed these changes, and you all voted to uphold them in the name of equitable expansion. So I want to emphasize the word equitable. When asked what your internal deadline is at a recent community meeting, we could not get a straight answer. Thank you, Julia Brim-Edwards, for attending all of these community meetings. We see you. It was made clear that it's complicated, but there's no transparency as to why. It seems logical that aftercare should just follow the kids. Campfire could follow Creative Science from Clark to Bridger, and Champions could follow the Bridger DLI kids from Bridger to Lent. By not guaranteeing aftercare before the February transfer date, you're essentially forcing families, including native-speaking Spanish families that the program was designed for, to choose between DLI and their job. If you are serious about making the DLI program at Lent successful, you will do everything it takes to guarantee aftercare before February. Left unactioned, our community will not hesitate to ask the media and elected officials support to amplify our ask. Estimados, estoy aquí esta noche para pedir aftercare en la escuela Lent. Soy madre de un estudiante DLI hispanohablante en la escuela Bridger. Debido a los cambios de límites, haremos la transición de nuestros hijos a Lent el próximo año. Esta es la consecuencia de no garantizar aftercare en Lent antes de febrero. Muchas familias de DLI se irán a otro lugar y o dejarán el programa por completo. En Lent, esto tendrá el mayor impacto en las familias hispanohablantes, las familias BIPOC y las personas con recursos limitados. El resultado, el programa DLI en Lent restringirá el acceso a las mismas familias que el programa pretende atender, mientras que las escuelas del interior de Portland, en los vecindarios más ricos, disfrutan de sólidos programas de aftercare. ¿No es eso irónico? La SEGC propuso estos cambios y usted votó para mantenerlos en nombre de una expansión equitativa. Simplemente no es justo. Cuando se nos preguntó cuál es su fecha límite interna de una reunión reciente de la comunidad, no pudimos obtener una respuesta directa. Le dejaron claro que es complicado, pero no hay transparencia sobre el por qué. Parece lógico que el aftercare siga a los niños. Al no garantizar el aftercare antes de febrero, está obligando a las familias, incluidas a las familias hispanohablantes para las que se diseñó el programa, al elegir entre DLI y su trabajo. Si usted toma en serio el éxito del programa DLI en Lent, hará lo que sea necesario para brindar aftercare y garantizarlo antes de febrero. Si no se actúa, nuestra comunidad no dudará en pedir el apoyo de los medios de comunicación y funcionarios electos para ampliar nuestra petición. Muchísimas gracias, Sofía, en nombre del Comité de Transición Bridger Lent. Thank you for letting me finish.
Testimony. Thank you for the translation.
Yes.
Dave Gunderson.
All.
Welcome.
My name's Dave Gunderson, Gunderson. I'm the founder of Hopscotch Foundation, 501c3 that was founded at Jefferson in 2015. Our mission is to provide healthy food to low-income schools throughout the Portland area. It was a huge success from the start. We were up to about 25 schools, and then COVID hit. We passed out hundreds of thousands of food boxes. And along that time, a friend of mine said, "You're doing a great job of giving them fish, but are you really teaching how to fish?" I took that to heart, started looking around, and I ran into controlled environmental agriculture, maybe a term you haven't heard of yet, but you will, CEA. It is the way we need to battle climate change and food insecurity in this country. So we took off. And I started looking around all over the West Coast. I found a couple guys from Albany who lived a mile away from my house near Waverly Country Club, who developed an aquaponics system that it was amazing. I immediately went and asked them if our kids at Jefferson High School could go in this past summer and replicate what they'd built. They agreed, and so 15 Jefferson kids went marching in there in June thinking they had a summer job, not really understanding what they were doing. It has been an overwhelming success. What these kids learned through the construction process, because this is all DIY. Between Montreal, Brazil, and I, we probably went to Home Depot 200 times this summer. But that's what we wanted to do. The kids wanted to use tools and put this thing together, and aquaponics uses fish fertilizer, and it recycles water, and it's so earth friendly, and the quality of the produce is amazing. We brought collard greens over here to the parents and grandparents. We've grown basil, which we have some back there for you and we'll bring forward, and lettuce. And the only problem with the thing is it's 7 miles away.
Mr. Gunderson, could you wrap up your comments?
I will.
Thank you.
We want to put a unit behind the grandstand at Jefferson so the kids can get to it and work on it after school and during the weekends and feed their community.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
All right. And here, Junior.
So we're going to.
There's the basil.
That's excellent. I'm actually really excited.
No, come on.
I also want to say, just if I see that there's no one else signed up, that I had an opportunity several times this summer to go visit the farm. The corporate partner is Live Local Organics, so it's the organization that has the live lettuce and basil in the grocery stores. I had the kids explain to me, the students rather, about how fish poop is used as an input, and how controlled environment agriculture uses 5% of the water of traditional farming, and is a way to address, as Mr. Gunderson said, climate change and food insecurity. But the one thing you didn't mention was the green jobs aspect. I believe that this could be kind of a gateway into students wanting to learn more about chemistry, about solar power, about the potential of bringing LED indoor grow in this community where there's still pockets of poverty, and we like basil over here too. So thank you so much for your testimony and for your advocacy in that area. And thanks to the students back there. I see you hiding in the back there. Yes, the job skills. Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for testimony tonight. We really appreciate it. Next up, the Portland Federation of School Professionals has requested to speak this evening. Thank you, President Batten, for being here virtually, and hopefully we can bring President Batten up.
She's on her way over.
There we go. Welcome. I think you may be muted.
Thank you. I'll start again. I'm Michelle Batten, B-A-T-T-E-N, the president of PFSP. These past few months, I've tried to make sure to speak at least once per month at school board meetings on behalf of the members I represent, the classified employees. In addition to speaking on behalf of my bargaining unit, all of the union leaders representing workers across Portland Public Schools have spoken at board meetings on behalf of our colleagues, our students, and our communities. I am once again bringing forward our concerns of staffing shortages at PPS. I know that information has been shared with you about the new employees hired, and that's great, and we've met many of them. However, what may not have been shared is that each month we are also losing almost that many, some barely staying through their first paycheck. As we head into winter break just 3 days away, we at PFSP are especially concerned over the resignations that will occur over this 2-week break. We have been inundated with calls and emails from members telling us they will be leaving over winter break and when must they give notice. Last week, we were told of a classroom at Pioneer who would be losing 4 staff members in one classroom over the next 2 weeks. And just yesterday, I learned 2 more had given notice. Again, I say to you, these conditions are not sustainable. My people are weary. They are afraid to be without the safety net of the coworkers. Their spirits are broken. They come in day after day with no protection of any kind of pandemic leave. PFSP has reached out to the superintendent, the school board, and now I say to the larger PPS community, please support all workers who teach and care for your wonderful students with all their physical and learning differences and all their special gifts. Support the cafeteria workers who feed them, the custodians and maintenance workers who keep their buildings warm, the campus safety who keep their schools safe, and the bus drivers who take them to and from school. We need your help. We need PPS to be an employer where people want to work and where they want to stay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, President Batten. Okay, I believe that concludes the general public comment. We will have some specific public comment about agenda items that are we're voting on later on today. Next up on our agenda, we are going to move this around, and Student Representative McMahon, we're going to postpone your report until after this next agenda item, if you're okay with that. We do have two items related to the Center for Black Student Excellence, and I realize I should have mentioned at the start of the meeting that the update on Harriet Tubman Middle School has been postponed in order to provide a more comprehensive update at a future meeting. With that, Superintendent Guerrero, I will turn it over to you for the update on the Center for Black Student Excellence.
Yes, these two items are very closely related. We have our Deputy Superintendent for Instruction and School Communities, who's really been our lead on all work related to our efforts at creating a place and approach we refer to as Center for Black Student Excellence. Joining her is our manager for our Innovation Studio, Ms. Camille Ededebo. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. Here for your update.
Good evening. Esteemed directors, I heard someone say that, and I love the way that sounded. You liked it too, right? I'm sorry. Director, chair, and vice chair, and superintendent. You know, I'm really excited to be here to speak about this work. It is an important work that has a long history. Are we presenting? Okay. We're going to pause for a moment so that we can be allowed to share screen in the virtual portion of the meeting. I apologize. All right, so we are excited to share some updates and information regarding the CBSE. And with that, you know, this work is a work that starts with a long history prior to 2020. And I'd like to, you know, introduce We're Driving Innovation in Portland Public Schools through the Center for Black Student Excellence. And so the question is, how did we get here? And earlier this evening, we did hear data regarding student achievement, and that data revealed what has been a long-standing phenomena here in our city, is that we have our students of color persistently who continue to underperform their you know, represented counterparts of students who would be not of color. So with this, going to the next slide to further discussion on how did we get here, there's a long-standing, well-documented history of advocacy to see an outcome change for students, particularly Black students from the Black community here in Portland. There have been much discussion, debates, and even fights, if I will, very well documented, even in board meetings from the community who were really demanded a change of student outcome. And so these efforts were even, you know, as we continue to go through the years and see a persistent difference in the performance of our Black students compared to their non-Black counterparts, you know, the community wanted to face this challenge, and with the death and murder of George Floyd and the social movement that pursued afterwards, there was a need to then take further action. To the next slide. And this further action was accelerated when the Black community in Portland put forth the concept of the Center for Black Student Excellence. Later on in 2020, voters approved for a bond measure that enabled this work to begin, to be led by and jointly pursued by the community, the albino community in partnership with PPS. And now that we are in a space where just in September of 2022, the board approved the cooperative agreement with the Center for Black Excellence, which is a new organization in our community that will be working side by side with PPS in this effort. So the district's Innovation Studio, which is a problem solver accelerator, is really working deeply in engagement efforts and opening up conversations through a design process where we could begin to imagine and reinvent what the experience, the learning experience can be for students. And we are starting that work, and within that, in addition to the design elements, we are influencing and having conversations even about some of the facility designs when it comes to the Jefferson project, when it comes to the upcoming Tubman project, because we want to have conversations about what the educational experience will be, what will be some of the programmatic elements that are perhaps not existent that we want to put in place, and then what does a facility design, a space design look like to support students and teachers in those settings. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to our project manager. Camille, thank you so much for being here with us as we continue this conversation and this update.
Good evening, board of directors. Good evening, superintendent. It's a pleasure and an honor to share with you what we've been up to for the past several months since I was assigned to this project, the Center for Black Student Excellence. So first and foremost, I just want to share a little bit about who is at the table as we talk about who's shepherding and stewarding over this project. So as Dr. Proctor has previously shared, she is the executive sponsor of this effort. And myself, as the founder of Portland Public Schools Innovation Studio, I have the privilege of being the project lead. In addition, we are in partnership with I Am More and Dr. Renee Mitchell with Co-Locate Design and led by Brian Lee. We're also partnering with 30 Point Strategies to support this effort from an editorial and communications perspective, and then we also are partnering with Marketing Box, which is another design agency. I also want to give an honorable mention to another partner that we're bringing on the project, another Portland-based group, Imagine Black Futures. We currently have a design team that is comprised of both staff and community members who are helping to shepherd and steward over the project from a week in and week out perspective. You'll notice that many of the people who are on the design team will be responsible for the implementation of the Center for Black Student Excellence at multiple levels, and so it's really neat that we get to have them at the table, as well as some of our partners. Many people also are wearing multiple hats. Not only are they partners, they're also our parents. And so grateful to work with many of the people at the table. Now, I think one of the things that is really important for us to ground ourselves on is why we're doing this work. The Center for Black Student Excellence, I think it's great. But I think we should all be really centered on why. What problem are we trying to solve through this effort? And I just want to make sure, I want to speak into this space that there are several problems that you all know very well. But decades of underinvestment, systemic racism, lack of coordinated systems of support, and discriminatory practices have resulted in an enduring opportunity and achievement gap for Black students in Portland.
And when we talk about the problem, it is not a PPS problem. It is not solely a community phenomenon, but it's a multifaceted impact that is really grounded in how community comes together to to support and wrap around our students.
Absolutely. But we don't get lost in the problems. I think there's also an opportunity here. And through the Center for Black Student Excellence, our opportunity is really to redefine this future for our Black students by advancing a culture of Black excellence, by unifying and elevating the Black educational experience and improving outcomes for our students. And so that's really why we're here to do this work. So right now, what we do know is that the Center for Black Student Excellence exists in concept. But the whole purpose of this journey that we're taking for the 22-23 school year is through a community design process to really establish what it will be. There are 4 deliverables that we are accountable to by the end of this project, which is a vision, a comprehensive plan, a facilities plan, and an operational plan. Now, to give a little bit of color to what we mean when we talk about these things, first and foremost, the vision is what is our shared aspiration for our Black students and community here in Portland. And I have to emphasize that I mean shared, not just Portland Public Schools, but with the people who are in this room, the people that live in the community and have a vested interest in our young people. After the vision, we have a comprehensive plan, and this is where we get to dream and imagine and think about, well, what are all of the things that need to be included in the Center for Black Student Excellence. So this is where we get to take a look at curriculum and instruction, student support, family support, educator capacity building, hiring and retention, and then also advocacy. What I hope you're starting to see is that it's not a single issue. There are multiple things that have to come together if we're really going to elevate the Black student educational experience. Then we have the facilities plan, which after you've defined your vision and your comprehensive plan, this is where we get to dream about the way the built environment supports those things. Now, one of the things that I've been an advocate for is making sure that we are aligned in Portland Public Schools. So not only are we talking about the overall facilities vision for the Center for Black Student Excellence, but it's also how those things work in coordination with the Harriet Tubman relocation and the Jefferson modernization to ensure that this major investment back in historic Albina is really moving in the same direction to support Black students. And then finally, the operational plan. This is where we get to talk about what the ongoing support for this body of work will be.
And as we continue, I want to underscore the theme is really about a joint effort between community leaders, stakeholders, parents, teachers, and PPS staff, and all coming together. One of the things that we have learned over the recent months with engagement and what we have learned historically is that people in a community want to avoid deeply the phenomena of decisions being made on their behalf without prior engagement and conversation with the community to ensure that they are included in the decision-making process that would impact their families and their own community at large. So that's why we take very seriously the stakeholder engagement pieces and bringing families, stakeholders, leaders together to have a deep conversation. We want to move away from what has been historically a sense of distrust with PPS, because the idea is, or the thought is, PPS makes decisions on behalf of the Black community without including them in those decisions regarding their very own children and their very own schools.
Absolutely. And while I know the focus of this presentation is not actually the Innovation Studio, I do think it's important to underscore the role of the Innovation Studio in helping to shepherd this project. So in the thick of the pandemic, one of the things that we did, we being staff in the Innovation Studio, one of the things that we did was work alongside community to establish, well, what could a design process look like as we imagine problem solving in Portland Public Schools. And that's what you're looking at on the left-hand side of the screen. The community co-constructed this design process, this very design process that we are applying to the development of the Center for Black Student Excellence. And what you'll notice about this design process is the focus on getting ourselves rooted in history. Also understanding that any community efforts to problem solve have to have the lens of healing. And then also that humility has to be at the table, because innovation essentially is us exploring widely our assumptions, making sure that we actually understand what the problem is before trying to implement solutions. And so in context, we'll go through this design process as you see on the left-hand side of the screen. We will establish what the Center for Black Student Excellence will be, what it will do, and then we will implement it. That's the next thing that you see on the right-hand side of the screen. So through some of your more traditional project management methods. And then in the spirit of continuous improvement, we'll continue to watch our work and hold ourselves accountable. Now, this project is massive, and it is in some ways complicated. So what I've tried to do is make it as easy as possible to follow. I'll go from the top of the screen to the bottom, and then I'll go from the left to the right. There are a lot of stakeholders who are involved in reimagining the Black student experience. And as Dr. Proctor shared early on, you all, as the board, voted to enter into this cooperative agreement with the Center for Black Excellence. And so the Center for Black Excellence really serves as oversight and accountability and thought partnership. This is a new entity, a new board that is comprised of both staff and community, which I think is really beautiful. Then you have the design team that I introduced you to before, really helping to shepherd over the project week in and week out, identifying, well, where in the community do we partner? Where do we push into? How do we make sense of what we're hearing in real time? Our community engagement series are all of the opportunities that we're creating for the community to enter into the conversation, whether we're pushing into events or creating new ones. And then finally, we have a guiding coalition, which is a body of community stakeholders who are also deeply invested in this work. So those are all of the different groups. And what I hope you see by the diagram is that it's really a checks and balances all the way through. When we say that this is a community effort, that's exactly what we mean. Now, to go left to right on what you all can expect, we've just wrapped up what we call phase one. So that integrated diagram that you saw in the previous slide, what I've tried to do is unravel it. For those of you who are linear thinkers, I've tried to unravel it and describe it in terms of phases. So phase one, we were really dedicated to establishing and reestablishing, even deepening some of the necessary community relationships to drive this work forward. We've also been dedicated to framing our community engagement, like I said, through the lens of healing, getting really grounded in the histories that have shaped the current experience, and then doing a needs assessment of all of the stakeholders who will be impacted by the Center for Black Student Excellence. So that's what we've been up to. As we move into phase two of the process, that's where we get to get excited and learn from people who are exemplifying Black excellence to set us up to be able to dream big. And then you'll notice that over time, we'll brainstorm with the community, we'll come up with ideas, and then refine them until we present a final package to the board. What I also want to say here is simply that, as Dr. Proctor also mentioned before, there is a way that we have historically worked with the community as it relates to our engagement efforts. And so I want to underscore that with this project in particular, we want to be in partnership all the way through, and I hope that's what is coming forward, that we don't just want to inform people, we don't just want to consult them, but we want to involve shoulder to shoulder and collaborate and empower our community. This spectrum of community engagement was actually authored by our in-house community engagement team in partnership with our racial equity and social justice partners. So, phase one, what we've been up to. Really, in phase one of the design process, we've kind of been boots on the ground. We've done more than 30 design and engagement activities. We primarily have focused our efforts in schools to understand what the current student and staff experience is. We've had leaders breaking bread with other folks in the community to really ensure that people are establishing some real relational trust. Would you like to?
Yeah, so in September, to continue some of the phase one activities, we had a vote right here with the Board of Education where they adopted the resolution that read in part that the vision of the CBSE is one of collaboration amongst Black-led community organizations and PPS, working together to advance the culture of Black excellence, unify and elevate the educational experience, and improve outcomes for Black students, families, and educators. And continuing on with that, in October, we launched our preliminary design research with students, staff, and stakeholders. We kicked off a gathering at the Profit Education Center for members of the CBSE work. And then to continue on, in November, we did our first work with the Guiding Coalition and engaged in a Friday evening and Saturday day conversation around what it is that we have experienced, what the community has experienced, and how to participate in some healing and some visioning forward. And then finally, of our phase one activities, in addition to these gatherings, community members had been able to interact during a series of community gatherings, including a community dinner series, as well as a Harriet Tubman community night, a Black family night at King Elementary School. And what you see there is just some images over the slides of what this engagement looked like.
So as we come to a close, I want to elevate the voices of our students and our staff and bring into the room what we've heard so far in our phase one efforts. So when asked, what do adults need to know about how to support you? This is what our students said. Just bear with me and don't give up on me. Be there for me when I need you, understand me, and have patience. When asked what is Black excellence, community members described self-actualization and a commitment to the community as indicators of excellence. When asked, how will you know when you see it? Black excellence, that is. Community members described a shift in body language, youth-to-youth interactions, youth-to-adult interactions, and they really described that confidence would literally show up in the demeanor of our young people. When asked to what extent has your personal identity work contributed to your ability to connect with Black students, educators said, identifying as a village member and caring for these kids alongside parents, so that mental shift. And then also when asked what additional support, coaching, or professional learning might support you to deepen your practice, educators advocated for trauma-informed training and concrete classroom practices to support students. Less talk, more strategies. So the last thing I'll say is that was phase one. We are aggressively moving through our design process. As we look into phase two, we have a number of really fun learning journeys that we're planning, where we want to highlight the excellence that's already in our community, as well as some models that we can glean inspiration from nationally. So save the date. If you're in the room, if you're listening, save the date. One of the things that we're doing, we're partnering with Word is Bond on a Martin Luther King Day community walk on January 14th. And then We are also taking the lead of I Am More on a Black Student Excellence Expo that's also coming up here in February. So if you want to keep up with what we are doing, it is www.pps.net/CBSE.
And to underscore again the why for this massive work is pointing back to the data that we saw earlier today, pointing back to the data that we saw last year, pointing back to the data that you may have seen 5 years prior, pointing back to the data that you may have seen 10 or 20 years prior. Black students have historically underperformed and have been underserved in the community. And this is a wonderful opportunity for us to engage deeply with the community to understand needs, aspirations, and visions for how we can accelerate and provide a new experience for our students. And we know, based on research and data, because our core mission is for all students to be successful, we should be very concerned when any segment of our student population is unsuccessful over a period of decades. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we move on to the Jefferson High School remodernization, I would ask if there's any board questions or discussion around Center for Black Student Excellence.
No, but I want to thank you for your good work, especially the Innovation Studio and the community dinners. I think is a great idea. I'm going to try to attend tomorrow briefly, but just want to thank you for your steadfast work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to hear that. Thank you for taking this on and being part of a solution and being part of some great to hear. And I'm sure that for both of you, it's been a lot to take on, and I know that there's a lot of pressure on it certainly, but I appreciate you putting in the work and really being there and shepherding this along because it's really important. And I'm so happy that we're making progress.
Thank you,
Thank
Byron.
you.
That means a lot.
Camille, I loved the slides you had, especially the columns for each phase, and I thought those were really great. I don't see them in our board books. Is there a way that the public can find those? Are they on that pps.net /
Yeah.
Okay, just because there's a lot of really great detail and information there, and want to make sure people have access to that. Thank you for your work. I'm so excited you're on this project.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's move on to the Jefferson High School Master Plan. Superintendent Guerrero.
Thank you, directors, and thank you, team. We thought it would be important in setting the context to give you that update of, as we wrap up the first phase of our Innovation Studio work. One of the things that our strategic plan calls out is, as a school system, we need a very different kind of capacity for leading innovative work to resolving intractable historical and fresh challenges. And part of the response to that is having an innovation studio that reimagines the engagement process with our stakeholders as we seek solutions and moving forward. So appreciate the update there on the Center for Black Student Excellence. And of course, an important anchor of the concept of the center is Jefferson High School. So it's very fitting that we're here this evening at Jefferson High School. I want to recognize our dynamic principal, Principal Drake Shelton back there, who's off to a smashing start and is juggling multiple events this evening, just like all of our high school principals usually do. He stands on the shoulders of a whole line of dynamic school leaders here at Jefferson, including Margaret Calvert, who now serves supporting all of our secondary schools. Community, just to remind us and set the stage, in 2020, as you know, voters approved the Jefferson High School Modernization Project as part of the most recent bond. Since then, the Jefferson High School Modernization Project team has worked with internal and external stakeholders, a community comprehensive planning committee, and the internal Jefferson Steering Committee to develop a comprehensive plan in conformance with the comprehensive high school educational specifications and design guidelines and standards. That's a lot of words. But thank goodness we have a representative group here to share with you where they've landed. So here to give you an overview of the recommendation for a master plan before you today, kicking it off, is our very own Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Dan Young.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening, directors. Just a quick introduction from me, and then I'll turn it over to the team and we can get into the substance. We appreciate the time tonight to present the Jefferson Modernization Comprehensive Plan. To put this in just a little bit of context, this is the 8th school modernization plan that has been presented to the board since PPS began its modernization efforts in 2012 and the first of the 2020 bond scope of work. Approval of the comprehensive plan is another milestone in the Jefferson Modernization Project following authorization to include Jefferson in the 2020 bond and approval of the bond by PPS voters. Approval of the comprehensive plan kicks off the formal building design phases and initiates the community-focused design advisory group. Upcoming milestones will include building permit approval, groundbreaking, and ultimately ribbon cutting. In your packets tonight, you should have a copy of the Jefferson Comprehensive Plan report, the staff report, board resolution, as well as a copy of tonight's presentation. You may have noticed that the presentation is pretty long because portions of the presentation have been presented previously to community members, partners, stakeholders, and at 2 previous Facilities and Operations Committee meetings. We felt it important to present the entire, or to provide the entire presentation to the board, but we will move through the presentation quickly and will not be stopping on every slide and presenting that in detail. With me tonight, I have representatives from the Jefferson Modernization team, including our PPS project managers and representatives from Bora Architecture, Lever Architecture, and Co-Locate Design. The team will introduce themselves as they present, and we'll be starting with Senior Project Manager Steve Efros.
Thank you, Dan. Whoops. And thank you, board directors. Yes, so my name is Steve Efros. I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Office of School Modernization, and obviously joined here by members of the Bora, Lever, Co-Locate, and OSM team, again, who will introduce themselves as they proceed. So just a quick overview of the agenda. We'll begin with the community engagement and feedback process, the recommended concept. We'll go over project program compared to education specifications, review the schedule, and then talk about total projected cost. Go to the next slide. So with this slide, we wanted to show you how different groups and individuals participated in the planning and design process on the Jefferson project. And we created this diagram really in response to questions we received during feedback to understand how that feedback is received and incorporated into the Jefferson comprehensive planning process. As you can imagine, as you've seen, this is a complex process for any high school modernization project, and even more so for the Jefferson project. So this diagram shows the who, how, and what of community engagement and stakeholder engagement of both individuals and groups from planning through design. And just as an example, kind of the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the CPC DAG group identified. And these committees are and will be made up of community members that provide detailed feedback into the planning and design process. You can compare that to the higher level themes that are presented at public events and actually at this evening's board meeting. This diagram also shows how we progress from planning through design and how input changes as we proceed through those phases. Go to the next slide, please. So as we like to do, we like to show information in several different ways to try to communicate, kind of more comprehensively. So this is another way that we found to show key stakeholder groups at the school, district, community, and city level. So as you can see from this diagram, each group engages in different ways with the process. And as Dan mentioned, you can read more of the details of this slide in the presentation document and the report. But here are just a few highlights of our engagement with key stakeholders. During the planning process to date, we have reached out to multiple stakeholders from all different types of groups, including, of course, Jefferson High School, community members such as alumni, incoming families, neighbors, and school partners, regulatory agencies who will have a say in what's built, internal PPS stakeholders such as district leaders across all departments, board members, CBSE leadership as we've seen before, and of course the Bond Accountability Committee. This also shows, if you look at it in more detail in your report, all the many events and documents that have provided stakeholder input. If you go to the next slide. And yes,
yeah, that's me.
or is that you? Sorry.
I think so. Thank you, Steve. Hi, my name's Kareem Hassanein. I am part of Co-Locate Design's team working on community engagement and organizing for this project, and I'm one of the co-directors of Co-Locate. So I'm going to reflect on what you see on this slide, and I've got a couple here. But first and foremost, I'm going to talk about who our engagement work has centered. So our engagement work has centered, and as a design justice-oriented practice, always centers communities who have been historically marginalized by processes like this one, and who are disproportionately impacted by decisions made about resources within the scope of projects such as this. So for Jeff, that has meant centering the Black and Brown communities with multi-generational roots at this school and in the Albina area. So the proposed design direction that you're going to see is responding to the dominant narrative that the original 1909 building, the oldest building on this campus, has deep cultural significance as an anchor for Black Portlanders, especially in the context of ongoing displacement and gentrification of this neighborhood. While we recognize that there's never unanimity in any community, support for saving this building and having a tangible, visible presence that connects generations in place far outweighed full replacement options throughout our planning phase of engagement, despite significant concerns about the current conditions of the school and a desire to see those ameliorated in real time and not just waiting until a new building is in place. So this slide shows a small sampling of the over 900 comments that we have documented so far through our engagement efforts. These are the words of students, of alumni, family members, teachers and staff, feeder school families, all of which, when we document, we transcribe and we tag based off of narratives and themes that we see emerge over and over again as we continue to be in dialogue with the community and stakeholders. And the next slide is going to show, at, again, the highest level possible for this meeting, how those comments have yielded narratives, the stories that reflect people's experiences, concerns, questions, and visions for the future. And each narrative breaks down into more specific themes with particular implications around spatial considerations, programming, and policies impacting people's experiences with Jeff and the systems that it rests within. So the full detailed report for this first phase of engagement should be included in the overall report that the board has received. But through the gathering of all this input, Co-Locate synthesized these conversations and narratives and learning more, sorry, getting lost in my notes, understanding what the concerns, considerations, and experiences are, and looking for opportunities that folks are excited to dig into together, because there is a lot of excitement around this project. Folks really want to be part of the process and helping to shape the outcomes. So I won't read through all of the blurbs describing these narratives, but what I will do is just name them at a high level for the record here and for folks in this room. So trust, understanding that design should move at the speed of trust, and the impacts on BIPOC communities through district policies, the impacts of systemic racism, and how trust deficits have emerged as a result of the history and current experiences of folks in this community. Identity, culture, and belonging, recognizing Jeff as a cultural institution, not only a school where people learn, but also a place where community is formed and shaped. Safety, security, and wellness, which looks at both physical and mental well-being and safety. Access, flexibility and change, resources, both educational and sociocultural. Delight, which is wonder and inspiration, and the ways that people are delighted by being together with others and creating together, learning together, growing together, and then embracing the outdoors, which is focus on connections to outdoor environments and how to bring those qualities of biophilia into the building itself. So as I mentioned, we produce an implications report that details specific decision points, and the more we go through this process, the more granular we'll get on those decision points and recommendations. And our task is to say, how are we responding to each one of these? Are we responding to it? If not, why not? If so, how? So that we can learn and y'all can learn, and the community has information on how to advocate for the things that they want to see happen on this project and in the future. And the last note that I'll make on these themes is that the foundational narrative really that we heard was around trust. All the reasons people have not to trust this process and processes like this one, which you've heard other folks attest to in other aspects of this meeting so far. So part of building trust really requires us to spend the time engaging with and learning from and hearing from community, listening deeply and responding thoughtfully and transparently. And we know that this project has been operating on a pretty fast track, given the impacts of COVID and getting the project up and running. So our phase 1 report reflects what we've been able to learn and hear up until this point. And we have heard a lot, but we have so much more to learn and dig into. And we're hearing community ask us to move at a pace that meets them where they're at, recognizing life is full of unexpected challenges and tensions and traumas that we might not accommodate for on a typical project timeline. But if we want to do this right, we need to be working in sync with the community so that they're not only giving feedback, but actually influencing decisions. So with that, I will hand it over to whoever is next. Steve.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a full roster here. Thank you. Thank you, Kareem. So this leads us, thank you. This leads us to the recommended retain 1909 option, which centers around the original historic building at Jefferson. So as you've heard, we've received feedback through many different avenues, including feedback through a survey poll about several earlier site options. In all of our analysis and feedback received, retaining the 1909 building has been the overwhelming theme, and you can kind of read through some of these quotes here from the survey. An additional caveat we wanted to add is that Jefferson High School lies within the Piedmont Conservation District and is considered a contributing resource to that historic district. So ultimately, the city has a lot of influence over what actually happens on this project. But their feedback has also been in support of keeping the existing 1909 building, which happens to align with the community feedback. Go to the next slide, please. So after all of the engagement with various individual and group stakeholders, we've narrowed down the most critical driving factors for the project based on feedback, as well as what we've learned from prior bond work. So that's what this slide shows, kind of in relative kind of scale and importance. So I just wanted to quickly go through these factors to kind of touch on kind of really the important issues that kind of affect the project. So the first one I wanted to talk about was ultimately meeting the square footage of the ed specs for high schools. And we'll discuss that later in this presentation, but you'll kind of learn both kind of what the traditional comprehensive ed specs are, as well as what we've considered at Jefferson as kind of a high school ed specs plus. Another important factor that we've considered is not having travel distances longer than other monetizations. And this was included because in our earlier scenarios, we had distances that were quite long, and that was a lot of the feedback that we received, that puts a lot of burden on both students and staff. Certainly, in order to minimize disruption to students and staff, we wanted to have the simplest phasing possible for this project. We want to have existing students in the new classrooms by 2026, with students staying on site during construction for a whole host of reasons. We're targeting having all construction complete by 2028, and we're looking to have athletic facilities that accommodate track and field and practices on the main site and a flexible multi-use field on the south lot. But all of these factors are really kind of have an overarching theme of community feedback and input that really reflects kind of the interest and the driving force of the community. So I will hand it off to Jeannie for the next.
Yes, hi everybody. Good evening. My name is Jeannie Lai. I'm with Bora Architects. I'm a principal at Bora, and I'm representing the design team. So this diagram that illustrates the overall view of the recommended comprehensive plan. Upcoming slides will explain that approach in more detail, but I'll start off with an overview that what we're showing here meets the project planning parameters that Steve just went over, with students staying on site in existing spaces until new spaces come online. A key focus of the planning is to minimize disruption, starting with disruptions to unique programs that are, and special partnerships that are here at Jefferson, such as Middle College, which relies on the adjacency to PCC across Killingsworth, but also across disruptions, to minimize disruptions across other aspects, such as athletics. This recommendation also maintains the existing track and field, keeping that in place throughout construction. The existing main gym also remains open until a new gym is built. For academics and arts, the students will be able to stay in existing classrooms, and there is a functional theater, performing arts spaces, and servery throughout construction. And of course, an essential part of this recommendation is to retain the exterior of the original 1909 wing, which is just south of the track and field that you see here in this diagram. This aligns with the dominant narrative that Kareem and Steve talked a little bit more about. And I think as we got into engagement and hearing the feedback, that this part of the building, the existing building, is something that represents deep cultural significance that is not something that could be easily replaced. Next, please. In addition to this key response, this slide outlines how the recommendation begins to respond more broadly to what we've heard throughout the engagement process. Using the 8 themes that Kareem outlined earlier as an organizing framework, we have already started to in the report, share how our recommendation is aligning with the feedback. And we plan to continue to use this framework as a guide, as a North Star, as we continue the design forward in the next phases. In the interest of time, I will not go through each of these themes by theme, but it is in your report that it's available for you to read through. I will just point out the key elements at this stage that reflects multiple themes. So next slide, please. While the recommendation is to retain and upgrade the exterior shell of the 1909 wing, what we are recommending is a full gut renovation to create new, safe, healthy, and highly functional high school environment, meeting all of the aspects of the PPS ed specs, design guidelines, the climate policy, as well as current seismic, building, and energy codes. We are introducing a courtyard with a centralized commons at the heart of the school that have access to daylight and usable outdoor spaces, creating social and gathering opportunities at the heart of the school for students and staff and community members, all which we've heard they're looking for. We are also creating a main universally accessible entry point that meets PPS safety and design guidelines off of Commercial, with an entry plaza and potential porch element that could serve as an amenity for not only students but communities and neighbors alike. New state-of-the-art performing arts and athletic facilities have street frontages intentionally to facilitate greater access as community resources, as well as serving the everyday needs of the school and the program, as well as the students. I'll turn it over to Keisha for more details on the option.
Thanks so much, Jeannie. So this in the next few slides will break down the phasing for the project. So what you see here is the current site plan. The initial impact for students and staff would be the demo of the small auto shop building to the right of the current baseball field, and for athletics to shift practices from that field to the fields on the south lot across Alberta to allow for construction to proceed. Next slide. Then, as we begin construction, students and staff would, as Jeannie mentioned, stay in the rest of the current buildings shown in white, which would all remain operational throughout phase 1. Construction of the new building would begin in the area of the yellow grouping of blocks. That building would include enough classrooms for about 600 students, which covers current enrollment, the Performing Arts Theater and its supporting spaces, as well as the kitchen, servery, and commons. We would also refurbish the track and field in the summer months and build a new grandstand and field house in this phase as well. The existing gym would remain functional until the new gym is complete. Next slide.
Can I ask just a question about that? The classroom space and the facilities for 600 students, that's a permanent
Yes.
construction. So even when the 1909 structure is renovated and modernized, that will still be utilized as part of the overall campus.
Correct.
Great.
Okay. Right. Phase 2. For phase 2, we've moved students and staff from the old space into that new phase 1 space, now shown here in white, built during phase 1, and then we would demolish and abate all of the remaining buildings and saving the shell of the original 1909 building. Then we would completely rebuild the interior of the 1909 building, as well as build new connecting spaces, bridging the new phase 1 to the original 1909. And that large yellow rectangle where the current theater and cafeteria are, where we are right now, would house new gyms, which would have similar access off of Kirby. Next slide. So these diagrams represent a first look at the potential interior organization of the new Jefferson High School. The first floor, shown on the left, would house the theater and its supporting spaces in that orangey color. Administrative spaces you see in pink, building supports in gray, and athletics in yellow, with some CT classroom space on the ground floor in blue. As mentioned, the main courtyard entry would be had on the east side of the building on Commercial. The Commons is directly adjacent to that entry, centrally located in the overall building plan. The main gym is located just to the west of that Commons, with the street access off of Kirby. That yellow athletics programming on the first floor of the 1909 building provides good connection from the track to the north, to the new gym on the west, to the new practice fields and the field to the south. Currently, the theater has its own separate lobby planned, a lobby and access point planned off of Commercial. The second floor, shown on the right, would allow visibility into the Commons, and daylight throughout the building will be had from the interior courtyard below. And the Aux Gym would also be on this level in the new addition, with the library and the media center, as we call it, on this level in the new 1909 building. And this is all just diagrammatic. Some of this may change based on feedback and work with stakeholders. Next slide. The third and fourth floors would house primarily classroom spaces. It only goes up to the third floor in the new addition, and it goes up to the existing fourth floor here in the original 1909 building.
So let's say I'm taking a class on the fourth floor, floor D, and then I need to get to a classroom in the new building on the third floor, floor C. Do I have to go back to down to floor B in the 1909 building and then across and then up, or does the third floor extend all the way across there?
As it's planned, it looks like the third floor currently has a circulation across the spaces. So if you're on the fourth floor, you would have to go down.
You'd only have to go down one floor and then across. Great.
Right.
Stairs, right?
Yeah.
I have a high school senior. She
Yeah.
is concerned about these kinds of things.
Right, so, and just want to point out, when complete at the end of Phase 2 construction, Jefferson High School will accommodate the full 1,700 students. Next slide.
Is there, I know I saw that the entrance had that universal access. I didn't see an elevator on these plans. Is there an opportunity for students to access all 4 floors?
Yes, there'll definitely be elevators, just not shown in these early plans, or diagrams, I should say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ayana Horn. I'm the project manager in OSM working on this project. I am going to do this. On this slide, you see the space program, and there are a lot of numbers. And these numbers, while they have the sum total of what we're trying to accomplish, they represent people and space and how we look to solve problems and achieve goals in these spaces. And so the programming work that's done to date identifies problems and needs and provides the solution within space to provide the right amount and type of space needed, and in this case, what's needed for our students and staff and community to thrive in what we're building. The 2019 Conceptual Master Plan study, completed prior to the 2020 bond, recommended Jefferson adopt the 2017 education specifications with additional space in several key areas, such as creating a theater for 1,000 patrons rather than 500, which is in the standard theater size for EdSpec, as well as significant added support space for the dance program, which is what generated the desire for the larger theater. And we also want to accommodate additional space beyond EdSpec for Jefferson's robust community partnerships with organizations such as SEI, PCC, and Latino Network. The detailed program is in your packet, and so we're not showing it here, but in it you will see that the proposed program for Jeff makes various tweaks. I mentioned the larger theater and partner spaces, and other adjustments include details such as expanded space for career technical education, 2 large dance studios, and a dedicated choir room instead of a shared choir and band room. Part of the increase you're seeing for fine and performing arts is to ensure that the support space for these programs will support a robust dance program, as mentioned before, as well as to encompass the storage needs and dressing rooms and toilet facilities, and we're having detailed program discussions with groups to ensure that we're meeting the needs. On the physical education and athletics side of the program, we have learned from our prior high school modernization projects that we need to have expanded field equipment storage, which you'll also see reflected in your packet. The career technical education program at Jeff is emerging. 2 lines of study have been confirmed and are piloting this year, which are health sciences and digital media. PPS is planning to identify 4 additional subject areas. We are working with the district and the school on this engagement work so that we can best respond to the needs and create spaces to accommodate robust CTE programming. On the administration side of the equation, we are typically adopting the recommended spaces in the EdSpec, and we have identified 8 optional teacher planning and collaboration areas, which are the same size as a typical classroom. This will allow for future flexibility for the school. We are meeting the EdSpec for Counseling and Career Center as well as special education program and student center. Next slide. This slide shows a comparison of the Jeff Space program with other modernized high school and as compared with the education specification. You will see that Jeff is slightly larger. This is primarily because of the larger theater, dance studios, and partner spaces as mentioned before. The chart on the left shows a simple comparison of the net area of each school. Jefferson is shown in blue, and just below it is the 2017 education specifications. The chart on the right shows the same information, but with all of the detail that's outlined in the space program summary. So it shows the 6 primary components of the program, which includes classrooms, science labs, and so on, as well as fine and performing arts and physical education. Education support includes many areas, including administration program, back of house spaces. Finally, we also have the partner and community uses and the wraparound services. Jeff is the second bar from the left, and you can see that the red section is significantly larger than any other comprehensive high school. And this, as we mentioned before, is the fine and performing arts section. To finalize, square footage area, programming meetings with various stakeholders have been ongoing since July and will continue into the schematic design and design development phases for next year. These meetings have included district staff as well as Jefferson staff. Once Principal Shelton was in place and available to meet, we had been holding weekly meetings with him to review and discuss the emerging space program. Big picture, the programming is an important step in ensuring that the needs of the school and the community will be met for today and into the future. And we are working hard to ensure that the buildings programs come to life in our space.
Ayanna, I have a quick question. Is there any area other than athletics where Jefferson is not meeting the ed specs?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Like, we are meeting ed spec and then plus. Now, I do realize that from an athletic standpoint, you're referring to the field-related things because our site is constrained.
If I could just repeat what I heard you say earlier, a minute ago, Jefferson High School, as proposed, would be the largest high school campus in our portfolio, and the square footage as listed would ensure fine and performing arts would have double the space of a typical high school, correct?
I have a question also about the ed spec. I know that we're meeting or exceeding the ed spec. When I was reading through the presentation earlier today, I saw some attention paid to the past state and then the current state where there's 600 students, but nothing about the future state or a vision for a building that's vibrant and full and has 1,700 students. So I don't know who the right person is to address that, but I'm curious about what the future state looks like for this building in regard to students. How many students? I mean, we're building to 1,700 students. Is that correct?
I'm glad you brought that up. I do have an amendment, as you know, that I'm going to bring forward later that just will direct the superintendent to initiate within the next 2 years a process around creating an enrollment boundary for Jefferson and just charting the path for having a student body and a robust curriculum to serve close to 1,700 students in this building, just because it was quite obviously silent in this 130-page document.
I want to make sure we get to our board conversation, so I know you have a few more slides. If we could quickly go through those so we could have some time for board conversation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So we're going to quickly go over a couple of schedule slides. This first one is really kind of at a very high level, as you can see. The planning for this project, as you are aware, began back in 2019 when we first engaged with the community on the conceptual master plan that helped us develop a scope, schedule, and budget for Jefferson High School modernization project on the 2020 bond. As you can see here, we're at the end of the planning phase as we present the recommended comprehensive plan to the board. And this milestone also marks the end of planning and the beginning of design, which will last until 2024 when construction begins. And obviously, throughout all of it, we will be continuing to ask the community for input and feedback and providing progress updates along the way. And then, additionally, this is, oh, sorry, can you go to the next slide? This is a more detailed project phasing schedule. Oh, sorry, there is a much more detailed project phasing schedule in the report, but this is, on the slide, you'll see the major project milestones, and those include the upcoming design phases, starting with schematic design in January next year, design development from May through November, and then construction documents through September of 2024. And then we proceed with the start of phase 1 construction in 2024 and move-in of students and staff into phase 1 in 2026 with final project completion in 2028. Go to the next slide, please. Hand it off to Marina.
Thank you, Steve. Marina Cresswell, Senior Director for the Office of School Modernization. This information is not information that we have provided at our previous presentation, so I am going to go through all of the slides related to the cost, but I will be brief to the best of my ability. This is a typical cost estimate slide that we would provide for a comprehensive plan. We try to give you the highlights, which is to say that we give you the hard costs. We pull out some of the significant soft costs like the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and some of the required costs like 1.5% green energy. You will see that the number at the bottom, the $366 million, does not match the number that we have set aside in the 2020 bond funds. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Next slide, please. What I've pulled together there for you is a comparison of the conceptual master plan from February of 2020 and the comprehensive plan from today. That is because the funding that we had set aside in the 2020 bond was based on the conceptual master plan. And what I thought would be helpful for you to see is the difference between the two plans so that you could understand why the cost has gone up. In general, the square footage is the same. The ed specs are the same. The seismic is the same. We've actually managed to lower our costs with our soft cost assumption. We've managed to lower our costs with our fixture, furniture, and equipment. In fact, we've had a significant decrease with our swing sites by keeping the students in the existing buildings. What we have not been able to control in all of these things is the escalation, which is to say the inflation over the last 2.5 years and what we see coming in the future. Next slide, please. So we thought probably the best way to illustrate that was to work with our cost estimators to show you what the difference would be between the assumptions that we had in 2020 and what has happened with actual inflation, what the current predictions are for escalation in the future. So we took the two cost estimators that we were working with and we asked them to provide us with updated numbers for inflation and escalation. We kept all the other stuff the same, primarily just to show you what the difference is. Utilizing those updated numbers for inflation and escalation, we anticipate we'd be somewhere between $362 and $372 million for the project today. That's consistent with what we are actually estimating for the project today. Next slide, please. So from a funding perspective, we anticipate $366 million for budget. We have $311 set aside for Jefferson in the 2020 bond. We also have bond program contingency. We have a substantial amount of bond program contingency in the 2020 bond, and the purpose of that contingency is to address unexpected costs. In fact, when we first set this out in the discussions with the 2020 bond, we specifically noted that the pandemic was likely to change our assumptions about escalation and that the contingency would allow us to address those. So we are proposing to utilize $55 million from the bond program contingency to make up for the difference. Within that program contingency, we'll still have substantial amount of funding left. And we, the calculations that you see up there do not yet include any potential premiums from future bond issuances or future interest earnings. So we can anticipate we will have additional funding coming into the contingency, though we don't know, of course, how much at this point.
So just a question there or a clarification. So right now the plan is that that entire delta would be made up through contingency, so there would not be any impact on the smaller projects that are included in the 2020 bond, like the roof work or the ADA work or any other health and safety work.
That is correct.
Okay.
Those buckets are completely separate, and the bond program contingency has plenty of funding in it to address this delta.
Slides are really helpful. I have a little bit just of a higher level question, because one of the things that is always challenging among these projects is we do conceptual estimates up front. That's what we did for in the measure. As you go through the process, you refine those. There are certain things in your control. There are certain things like inflation that are out of your control, and I think your slides are really important. Is there a best practice around, and I would further say the types of cost escalation we've seen here are completely normal, and again, had inflation been what we expected it to be 2 years ago, it would have been, it's a very different estimate we are. It often gets misconstrued in the community, and particularly by the media, as that something's gone wrong, right? And is there a best practice in construction to sort of say, look, as you're doing cost estimating, it's going to fluctuate, right, up and down. At what point are your construction sort of, documents and plans, solidified enough that it's no longer the cost estimate changing, it's actually the construction project, cost changing. And the words I'm using are not the most accurate ones, so I'm hoping that you can sort of help out in terms of that. What is the point where, again, this is pretty normal, what's the point where we would say that could have been managed better? That's very far down the line when we get to like 80%, design, that type of thing, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That is pretty far down the line. At this point, it's very conceptual. The costs that we put together, I mean, I think you saw from the floor plan diagrams, those are, they're blocks of color, right? They're not detailed enough for us to provide specific cost estimates. What we do is we make a fair number of assumptions, and I think our chief operating officer has a cone of uncertainty that he likes to bring out frequently in these occasions, which is to say at the start of a project, we have a very large amount of uncertainty, and we build in contingency addressed on that risk, on that amount of risk. As we get further into the project and we start to refine the designs and we refine the materials and we start to know exactly what it's going to take to construct, that uncertainty gets smaller and smaller, and the risk gets smaller and smaller as well. Our contingency goes down as well. So the numbers that we have provided to you as part of the cost estimate today do include a fair amount of risk built into those numbers. And as we move forward, the team will be working with what we call target value design, which is to say they will have a budget. They will be looking to refine the design to stay within that budget. I don't know if that answers the question.
It does. I think as we communicate as a district, moving forward, is just being really careful about those words we use when we put a cost estimate out, so that the public understands too. It's going to change. This $366 million is not where we're going to end up, and we know that, and that's actually okay, right? As we go through that, it's not because there was an error, it's not because there was mismanagement. It's just because, as like you said, there's a ton of risk, and this is true of every project, and that risk will narrow as we go through.
Anytime we're dealing with a project that takes multiple years to complete, when you think about the fact that we started this process in 2019 and we are just now getting to true design, we're not going to start construction until 2024. That's 5 years after we initially started that process, and we won't actually be complete until 2028. That amount of time, you are going to have fluctuation in your pricing, with or without a pandemic. Unfortunately for us, the pandemic happened right, through the course of these first couple of years, and we don't really know what is coming in the future. But even during construction, the cost is going to fluctuate. And I think we've seen on our modernizations recently, we have been able to complete projects within, and in fact, under our budgets. So we have the McDaniel project, that has come in under budget. Those funds are being returned to the bond program contingency. We anticipate the Lincoln project will do the same. Even during construction, the costs can change.
Actually, I was going to make an observation that I think in some ways this is points to PPS as a learning organization, because coming out of the 2017 bond, we had an audit that made recommendations about our cost estimating and the amount of contingencies. So we didn't reach the point like we did in 2017 of having to make decisions of only getting half of Benson in that bond, but that the pre-planning gave us enough flexibility that we had a big enough range to absorb some of these cost estimates, and that we could, because of the amount of time that was, we're going to be estimating over, that we had the resources in the bond to be able to cover that. And I think to your point, Chair Scott, that there may be, could be portrayed as it's more than it was before, but actually this was built into the overall budget so that we could complete the projects that we told the community we'd complete within the bond, within the budget. So I think this is a great example of continuous learning as we work through our bond program.
Any additional presentation? Are we ready to turn over to board conversation? Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and get the motion on the table, and we can have a board conversation. We've got some public comment tonight as well. So, do I have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 6627?
Motion. Second.
Director Green moves. Director Collins seconds. And now it is on the table. So let's thank you for the presentation and all the information. It's really, there's a tremendous amount of work, and it's really exciting. I'm going to open it up for general board comments, questions, anything else that folks want to bring forward.
I have a couple comments. They're comments and questions. Curious about the protection, the students that'll be on site, how we'll protect them from environmental air quality, environmental lead, asbestos, and other environmental and air quality conditions that'll be present on site. And asbestos is only dangerous if it's friable, and it'll be friable if there's demolition going on in the building. So curious about that. I also want to respond to a comment I heard earlier about design moving at the speed of trust, and I'm concerned that I know we have a schedule to meet, but I'm concerned that we're rushing through like we do, like I've been working for public agencies for a long time, and I'm very concerned about that. I'd love to see this project be different and have a different engagement and really understand what the community wants here. And to that point, I know that athletics and performing arts are really important to the development. I personally benefited from the performing arts program here when I attended here. But I also like to see a focus. I know we're looking at just bubbles on the map, on the floor plans. I'd really like to see a focus on academics and on rigor and on a vision of having an IB program and rigorous academics in this community, on 100% graduation rate, on a well-rounded education, not just performing arts. And I mean, we look at the massing that we saw, and the arts and sports are very prominent, and academics are less prominent, and I'm worried about that. As someone that lives within walking distance here and have people here, I want to see the focus on academics on the plans, in the plans. You know, the classroom space, the library, the media centers, the places where people can learn. And dancing's awesome. I do it every day. But I think that, the academic rigor and the expectation that this community has for its students is really, really, I'd like to see it reflected on the architectural plans. That attention and love for these students and belief in what they can accomplish in this building.
Director DePass, if I might step in very quickly, I do want to note that the ed specs are the same as they are for all of our other schools, and it will be the same academic rigor for every other one of our modernizations. When you think about Lincoln, and you think about the classrooms, we will have the same classrooms, the same number of classrooms, the same size, the same amenities. Everything will be the same there. I think the challenge for us has been to show that there are extras on top of the academics. So there are things that we are doing that are unique to Jefferson because we want to acknowledge that those are long-standing programs and long-standing interests and concerns at this particular community. But it does not mean that the academics are less than. The academics are already right at the same bar that we are holding every other modernization, and we are adding on top of that with some of these additional things.
All right, I appreciate that, and I also want to look at, yes, thank you for that, having that equal distribution of resources and ed specs, and the outcomes in this building are quite different than the outcomes are in other buildings, and I just wanted to bring our attention back to rigorous academics and expectations that Black kids can do very, very well here.
So Director DePass, you're right to keep our focus on making sure our students are well served, that they have the opportunity to learn not just in an inspiring teaching and learning environment, but more importantly, what happens within that environment. And so the point of this is to create a facility that will support the kind of learning we want to see. But I know just from my classroom visits with Principal Shelton here that he shares the same commitment that I know that we all have to make sure there's rigor, there's excellence. You heard earlier on our Center for Black Student Excellence update that the desire to really develop a very detailed and comprehensive education plan that is about the academic outcomes. And even as we review sort of how the facility and try to imagine what that can support, that's the real work that needs to be accomplished here in this setting. And I don't think anybody would disagree with you. And I appreciate the reminder that we have to keep our eye on the prize in that regard.
Dr. Constant?
On that note, one of the things I thought was exciting about the presentation that I hadn't heard before was that we'll have 4 new strands of CTE programming here, which makes sense since you're going to have more than twice as many, almost 3 times as many students at some point. So that's really exciting, and those may be whole new courses of study that are emerging in 2023 and 2024 in our economy that we don't have in our other high schools. So that's really cool. I just want to say a little bit about about the process. Really exceptional team in front of us right now, and it was a privilege to be able to take part in the comprehensive planning meetings. It's really nice to see a lot of the people from that committee and a lot of the community members who showed up back here tonight. Just a lot of passion in the room, and you talk about engagement moving at the speed of trust. I mean, we spent a lot of time hearing stories and hearing about harm and hearing about dreams, and we spent a lot of time with kids. I mean, I know the engagement team was with kids almost every single day, and they're making great plans for co-teaching classes during the construction process and really having students deeply engaged. So it was very different than the other public engagement processes I have witnessed or taken part in, and co-locate has my great admiration. Like, really talk about authentically meeting people where they are, literally and figuratively. I think that happened, and I also acknowledge, as Michelle did, that you guys are under a lot of strain to continue that really speedy process during schematic design, because now it gets down to input on, actual concrete decisions that are informing the design. And that's really hard to get it right and to be authentic about integrating what you're hearing. Yeah, this is just a really, really exciting moment. And as you said, there certainly wasn't unanimity in the community about what we were going to do, but the sentiment about the 1909 building really was strong, and especially because so much of the landscape in this neighborhood is gone. It's physically unrecognizable. And so to have an institution that has survived and to give it the love that it deserves, and still standing and representing, the past and the future, is really important. And it's, as Jeannie said, I mean, we're going to build a building inside the building. It's not going to be some cheap remodel. We know it's not cheap from those last slides, but it's not even a remodel. It's a brand new building inside a building. And hopefully, my personal hope is that we can bring back some of the beautiful architectural details from the original building that got squished out, in the 20s, I guess, because it really was stunningly beautiful building. So I'm going to talk a little bit later. I do have an amendment to bring forward. Okay. So it's.
Hold on a second. Yes. Sure. Before she puts the amendment on?
I'll just describe it, and we can finish going through, and then we'll come back and put it on the table.
I'd prefer not to do multiple rounds. I mean, we're way over time already, so I'm hoping we can get through our comments and to a vote.
I'll be quick. So this is just coming out of our comprehensive planning process. There was a lot of concern, unease, frankly, mistrust that the district was going to be able to follow through with the programming for this beautiful building. where are those 1,700 students coming from? And we have sort of a fundamental contradiction in the materials that we're being asked to vote on tonight, because it's very clear in the materials that this is a focus option school. And that's how it's described by the school district, that's how it operates. And then there's this sort of leap of faith that we are designing it as a comprehensive high school, just like all of our other comprehensive high schools. But there is not one mention of a pathway there. Principal Shelton's shaking his head, nodding his head back there. So this is just a little technical fix that will direct the superintendent to initiate a process that will do that enrollment balancing and determine those middle school feeder patterns, and assure the community that not only will we have a plan for where those students are coming from, but that this school will have a robust and comprehensive curriculum, just like all of our other comprehensive high schools. So that's it.
Thank you. We'll come back and make that motion in a moment. Did you have anything, Director Hollins? No, I don't either. Director Lowry?
And this may be for the academic side of the house. Is the assumption that Jefferson will continue in the foreseeable future with its middle college program versus one of the other, like IB or AP? And if that's the case, are the ed specs for classrooms and the other sort of academic spaces the same for a middle college program as they are for either an AP or IB program?
No? Yeah, they go across the street.
Yeah, so not speaking from the academic side of the house, however, I have some clarity on those questions. As Principal Shelton said, those classes are at PCC, but we did accommodate, especially coming out of the pandemic, a lot of classes are there are some online coursework that students take now, and the challenges that they're seeing is finding space within Jefferson for those online classes to occur. So within the program, we've accommodated a couple of breakout spaces within the library for students to have online coursework that they can take, that they're taking at PCC within spaces. And then we'll try to do some work from a technology standpoint and work with PCC and Jeff to see what those needs are, so that they can have the privacy and the audio needs that they need, so they can concentrate.
So if, say, 15 years from now, because of what's happening at the middle schools and some of the feeder programs, say everybody decides to go IB, that this building will be built to be flexible enough to accommodate any of those sort of different academic programs.
I mean, from the work that I know that went on at Lincoln, like the flexibility that's needed to accommodate IB versus, the AP classes are still occurring in a standard classroom. I think that level of flexibility is there, but when you're talking about taking classes remotely for college, like that's a bigger change than teaching an AP class in period 3 versus teaching a standard English class in period 2.
Okay. And I have another question. So the Indian Ed program has a long history here at Jefferson, and is that part of the forward-looking plan for the facility for them to remain here?
I have a short version of that answer. We're having ongoing conversations, and I actually have a meeting with them tomorrow to discuss their space program needs.
I'm sorry.
I have a meeting tomorrow to discuss their space program needs.
Okay. And then the last one, we had the student who spoke tonight in the public comment asking about climate and the sustainability features. I'm assuming this project will be built with no fossil fuel infrastructure and a whole suite of sustainable features like many of our other buildings.
That's correct. Yeah, it will meet all the design justice requirements, or climate justice requirements. Great. Director Green or Student Representative McMahon?
I don't really have a bunch of comments at this point. I'm gonna save them from when we have discussion. But I did make a note on my notepad that I wanted to be intentional about pointing out all the beautiful black faces in this space right now. It is amazing to me that we come out to talk about something that's near and dear to us, and we do it in a space that is also near and dear to us, and we all show up. And I love that. But the only thing that gives me pause and caution is that our comment section was filled up by people who took the spaces a long time ago and didn't get to come out tonight. It seemed tonight a lot of people said that they wanted to make comment and there was no space. But I do want to make sure that I say something publicly because y'all look absolutely amazing. Y'all look good. Y'all look good, and I'm so grateful for all y'all. I'm grateful for the fact that you care enough to show up, and I know a lot of you made sacrifices because you've got kids that are in games right now, but yet this was so important to you that you came here tonight. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge. God, I love these black faces. Y'all look good.
So, Chair Scott, normally when we vote on something, that there's separate public comment spaces?
There is. Yeah, we're going to move on to public comment.
Is it that people
Yep, we've got
can sign up if they want to?
We've got a whole plan for the public comment coming up in a second. Student Representative McMahon.
I'm going to keep it brief. Thank you guys for your work. I think the one thing that I have to say, and I know District Student Council certainly would love to take part in, is just obviously like the comprehensive report was 144 pages long. I personally had the day off of school today and I barely got through it. So I think trying to make something digestible for students specifically is going to be really useful. And I know District Student Council would love to be involved in that process. But students certainly don't have the time to be able to do that, but that doesn't mean that they should be out of the loop, especially as we continue to make these concrete decisions moving forward, as Amy talked about. So I'd love if we could work together about figuring out how we can best report back to students and how we can keep both the community and certainly the kids that go to Jefferson in the loop. Thank you.
Great. I would like to propose that we put the potential amendment on the table and then move to public comment, so folks commenting can comment on both the master plan and also the amendment. So, Director Constam, do you want to?
Sure. Kara, can you put that on the screen? Or I'll just read it. It's very simple. By no later than the start of the 26-27 school year, the superintendent will initiate a process to develop a plan to increase student enrollment, establish set boundaries, and identify middle school feeder pattern and projected capture rates for Jefferson High School. This plan should consider the impact on overall enrollment and attempt to balance student numbers across all comprehensive high school campuses and assure comparable curriculum and programming. This process shall conclude no later than the end of the 26-27 school year with a recommendation submitted to the board for its consideration no later than June of 2027.
So we need a motion and a second.
Somebody gonna move?
Motion. Let's talk about it.
Director Green moves. Director Holland seconds. I'm going to suggest, if the board's okay, that we take some public testimony and then come back, talk about the amendment, vote on the master plan, and move on. Great. We have a couple people signed up, and then let's do the people who are signed up, and then we may have a couple people I'm going to ask if the board is open to adding them.
Thank you.
Kara.
Nate McCoy.
So I believe, Ms. Bradshaw, we have two people on the list, Nate McCoy and Jacob Rogers, right?
Yes.
And then my understanding is that we also have a request for James Posey and Montreal, I did not catch the last name. Brazil, to also testify. So I would ask the board if there's a willingness to add those two people.
Yes.
I'm seeing general consent, so we're going to move forward with that. I believe Montreal may have another commitment. So if it's possible to go ahead and call him up now, that would be great.
That's you, Montreal. That's you.
Sorry, you can stay there. We're gonna yeah. Apologies.
He's on duty.
There's a lot of tables up there, so we all good.
Okay, we're gonna wait.
No, come on up.
I've been told you need to do security over at a basketball game, so.
Hand him the mic.
I don't need a mic.
Yes, you need a mic for the people online.
Just slide the mic over. Brazil.
Turn the mic on.
Yeah. Have a seat. I'm gonna do it the right way.
Thank you.
We want all the people watching online to be able to hear you too.
Montreal, Brazil. Brazile. I'm here to talk about safety and what are we going to do with PPS, building that relationship with PPB. If I'm not mistaken, we have had 6 shootings in the last month and a half around our students. I think 3 of them was hit, 1 was fatal, 1 was paralyzed, and 1 was grazed. At parent-teacher conference here, only thing parents was worried about here at Jefferson is what are we doing to make this place safe. And I was able to share with them that we are having a pilot program with PPB being in the building, and that was a sign of relief for our parents. That was a sign of relief for my wife. My son attends Jefferson High School. And as I was preparing this room yesterday for you all, one of the questions came to me is, where's the safe room? And I'm, safe room, what are we talking about? And I think they was thinking if someone came in here tonight, where are we going to place you all? And my question for you all is, where is our kids in PPS, where is our safe room? We have to do something now. We cannot wait. It started out on the streets, way out. It moved into the neighborhoods. It's in our schools. If you read my sign, my shirt, campus safety. The stuff that's going on now is above me. It's security and law enforcement. We need them. I talk to parents day in and day out about this. I don't know where's the disconnect, but the writing is all over the wall. I'm going to cut it short before the bell ring on me, but I promise you, we need to figure it out, and we need to figure it out now. Don't wait, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. And now I think we'll move to Nate McCoy. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, and thank you for pressing the evening forward. First, I want to say good evening to our chair, our board directors, as well as our superintendent. For the record, my name is Nate McCoy. I am a Portland native, one of the bigger Black legacy families here in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, I should say. But I am the executive director of the National Association of Minority Contractors, representing over 150 Black and brown contractors and design firms throughout the state of Oregon. In fact, as a young aspiring Black architect myself, I worked at Bora, who is in the room tonight renovating this project as a design firm. So just wanted to add that in because there's so much context and connectivity in the room tonight. I've been here before. I've been in front of, I think, maybe 2 superintendents going back to the beginning of the bond. I was in commercials about the bond. So let's just say NAMAC is committed to the bond and to the success of the students and to the success of the community. What I really wanted to emphasize tonight is I want to really honor PPS on really taking the lead early on the first bonds around CMGC processes, which if you ask any minority contractor, that is the blueprint for success. That allows you to bring people on early. You do not have to be constrained to low bid, which if you are a small company competing against big business, you never win. So the fact that PPS got that right, we think we have a winning recipe. What I'd really like to emphasize tonight, and we had a little bit of conversation on it, is we want to show you, as Mr. Green said, that there is Black excellence in the room. And so I just wanted to acknowledge some folks that not only had family attend Jeff, not only have current kids attending Jeff, but live blocks away from this community as we speak. And some of them haven't been as informed as we might like, but moving forward tonight, I hope we can keep them plugged in. So to acknowledge them, and if the folks in the back can just raise your hand quickly just to be acknowledged, I would love that. Mr. Jeff Moreland, owner of Raymore Construction, the largest black construction company on the west side of the Mississippi, not just here in Portland, Oregon, but west side of the Mississippi, infrastructure-related contractor. James Posey, longtime trucker in this community, dating back to the first black person, I think, in the state. It's a little bit of a joke. He's a young but old man, but lots of wisdom, and actually the founder of NAMAC, and now the president of NAACP locally. We also have Ms. Cinnamon Brannon Williams, who is a NAMAC leader at my organization and actually attended Jefferson High School. She's also with us in the back and has some nephews that go to schools here, including some of the folks that were involved in some of those shootings. She's well aware. Mr. Andrew Colas, who also is a Portland native and contractor, as well as Kamal, who will speak here shortly for Coalition of Black Men. Last thing I want to say, because I want to honor time and commitments, is that NAMAC wants to have a seat at the table and continue to have a seat at the table to ensure the full continuance of the bond and to make sure that these kids that aren't in construction can maybe transfer these guns into tools in their hands. And the old motto of if you can't see it, you can't be it, our motto at NAMAC is building bridges and crossing barriers. And we only think that that can happen if we are centering black excellence. And in every community I've ever been in, black excellence does not leave others out. It starts with black unapologetically, and our history shows that when you lead with black, everybody benefits. So I'm just hoping after today that we will stay engaged and that we will ensure that we have the highest concentration of black and brown contractors, not only on the project, but leading the project. So we just wanted to show representation tonight, and we hope that we can be successful in 2023 and beyond. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Jesse Kamal Rogers. I'm the president of Coalition of Black Men, and we actually have a mentoring program in the school called Dream Bigger. We're now in 4 schools, and I want to thank all the board and one of our members as well for having us here. And I'm definitely behind what you're doing. I have been hearing about this as a student of Jefferson High School since 1972. They were either going to shut it down or they were going to do something. I was a freshman. That was when we had automats along that wall where you got your lunch from. So now I'm 64 years old, and I got 30-year-old kids, and now we're here finally for Jeff to get what it should have gotten a long time ago. And as a person who has worked and committed himself to a lot of things since I'm back from Silicon Valley into this community, there's things that we need to do, and I believe that this program, what you guys are trying to do with this bond measure, can do that. And I think it could be done from all levels, from the construction part of this all the way up to the classroom. I heard people saying that their classrooms are good for STEM. I doubt that, but I would like to sit down and talk with you about that, because I don't really totally believe that as a person who, like I said, worked in Silicon Valley for 40 years. You have some stuff, but you're not current with what they really need. And that showed during the COVID crisis. So I really want you to think about what everybody's saying here tonight, and you can integrate everything from construction all the way up to the classroom by bringing students in as internships so they can see what's going on. If that had happened for me while they were building the freeway, which was a macro engineering project, something I always wanted to work on, that might have changed my whole direction. I might have been doing construction, but that wasn't the case. So I would love to see you change your thought process about how people working outside the school can bring those kids in and really give them something they need. These kids are, after COVID, many of them, their families have lost their jobs. We now have a new term called food insecurity, when we really mean people are just hungry. And then they come to school, and what do you give them? You keep them apart from the people who are working to keep the school running. When I was here, we had a cafeteria. People worked 20, 30 years in that cafeteria, and their kids knew that. We knew those people because they were somebody's parents. You can't take the connection away When you take the connection away, all you have is the book. Stop focusing on the book and start to bring everything together in that connection so that the kids get to see those people. When I was here, Roland Harris was the band. He was 9 years older than me. We didn't know that. But first time I'd seen a black person be a teacher that had an afro. So, and Roland has passed away. So let's try to figure out how we can all come together and integrate real world work with student learning. It can be done. It can be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add on that, Portland Public Schools is a member of the Construction Careers Pathways Project, which is intended to actually bring underrepresented communities into the construction fields. And I think if there's a way, not just as part of this project, but as part of all of our bond projects, to do that with our students, right? How are we getting them into these apprenticeships? How are we getting them trained? How are we getting them on these projects? That is a lifelong career that they can do. So thank you. That's really important. Yeah. Mr. Posey, would you like to testify?
Good evening, everybody. I thought Nate had already spoiled my presentation, called me old guy, and but I want to thank you all, the board and everybody. And I was sitting back there thinking about the young man. I was here earlier, a young man talking about representation. Young man said he would like to have more black teachers. I'm sure you all heard that. This young man really spoke from his heart. And I felt for him because being in construction these many years, you see very few people that look like me who are running construction sites. If you can't see it, you can't be it. And really, that's what I'm here to testify. To me, it's a no-brainer. After all these years of exclusion, you all have an opportunity to include. And I just want to make mention that the eyes are on you all right now about how we move forward. This is not a subtle situation building Jefferson High School. You all know the history of President Jefferson, the slaves, and the whole story. This is the history that we're dealing with right now. You all are building history. So when you make your decision about who is selected on this project, remember, you have an opportunity to correct the history of exclusion by including. And that's essentially what I want to tell you all today. And I'm here to help. I'm the kind of guy, I'm a boots on the ground type guy. He told me I drive trucks and I got dirt on my feet and under my fingernails and all that. So if I can do anything to support you all in your decision, let me know. I'm here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I understand there may be one more person, Keith Edwards, who's asked to testify. Thank you for being here. And an additional, okay, great.
Thank you very much. My name is Keith Edwards. I've been here since 1958. I graduated from Jefferson High School in 1967. My daughter's been working here for almost 30 years. So y'all keep me up past my bedtime, in case you didn't know it. But I'm an electrician. I started the apprenticeship program back in 1969. So I certainly appreciate your remarks you shared earlier when you talked about academics, because that's very important. That I think that too often we preach about college, and really the building trades, if you want to be successful in the skilled crafts, you have to have a college aptitude. And I had that. I went to college for 2 terms. I dropped out and got into the building trades, like I say, when I was a young man at 20. I've had health care since I was 20 years old. I've got great pension benefits. All I got to do is keep breathing. I do very well. But I share this because our young people aren't being shared that. They're told that the only reason they're going to school is because they need to go to college. And too many of them don't play sports. Too many of them come from families that never had anyone go to college. And so that's a pipe dream for them. So they don't even know why they're here. So if you start sharing with them and have a better technical career opportunity for them, let them know that they can make $300,000 as a union electrician in the first 5 years of their employment and have health care benefits, I think you might be able to get some converts. And so I share that to say also that when this project is going on, you're going to have people here that are working that are going to be making upwards of $160,000, $170,000 a year. That's their wages and benefits. So you might take note of that. And those folks can be those same students that are going to school, not only at Jefferson, but other schools as well. But I want those folks to look like me. See, I've been in the trade for over 50 years, and I want folks that are going to be working on this project to look just like me, and women as well. But that's what I'm looking forward to, and I'm going to hold your feet to the fire.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Welcome.
My name is Noni Kazi. I'm the executive director of BEAM Village. BEAM stands for Black Educational Achievement Movement. We host one of the largest Black Student Success Summits throughout the state of Oregon that has students, employers, colleges. We focus on career college pathways, any way to bring adults and young people together. However, tonight I'm here to come and talk about the process. I was a little concerned with all this community engagement that's been going on, and I heard it's been amazing. We've been working with young people, but there was a schematic design process that was at 8 months, and now it's down to 3 months. And it's about involving community and talking to community. And if anybody in here knows me, I'm all about community. And I want to make sure that our voices are heard, not only our students, but their parents, their grandparents. I'm a lifelong member of the community. I've taught at Jefferson in the late 80s in the teen parent program. And I am committed, my organization is committed. And I'd like to know, how are we going to address this? Bottom line.
And just, I want to make sure I heard you. Your
That's all I wanted.
specific question is
This
around the
is
design process
about
being
the design
shortened
process, yes,
from-
that was initially 8 months, and now it's been cut down to 3 months. How do we do effective community engagement when you only have a very short window?
Okay. Thank you for the testimony. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm going to give a few minutes if the superintendent wants to have anybody respond to that, or either tonight or in the future, getting that message out in terms of how we're going to do that. Any other testimony? I want to make sure we hear from everybody who came out tonight who wants to testify. I see one hand back there. Please, yeah, and two, yeah. Come on up, please. And thank you for being here. You can go ahead.
Chair and others of the board. My name is Maggie Mache, and I'm also the Jefferson alumni president. And I also kind of been involved in education on the peripheral, and also bringing communities involved into education. And I'm also gonna echo what the last person spoke about, is like, there has been a long history of untrust in our community. And if there's any way that we can continue to just have that process, I know it's maybe asking a lot, but we're still gonna ask that you continue to work with us, where we building trust with you, and to be able to move forward in the design. I don't think it's a big ask, because we're talking about something that won't be complete until 2018. 2028. So if there's just given a little leeway in that area. Then I want to kind of switch to also kind of express the interest in like really kind of looking at trades and everything in this community. One of the biggest heartfelt thing for me is African American males that don't have any kind of desire for education that people think is related, but I think it's also because they don't have that connectivity to adults, people that look like them, feeling belonging and tying the academic piece to careers or into their lives. And then here's a great opportunity for us to use this rebuild of Jefferson, or this rebuild of Jefferson High School, to really kind of show and let them participate in the track of exploring opportunities in the trades or other things that they're interested in that could give them like summer jobs and opportunities to learn, or even kind of learn into the trades, even this with the architects, planning processes. I think one of the things that is happening and why we need to really kind of engage community into education is because I think kids are losing the connection from, like how things work in the real life. They don't get the education around like how finances work. They don't get the education around how they contribute to their community. And that link to education and community is broken. So I'm hoping that through this process that we can kind of, solidify that link back and show their value and show how these two things are connected, because I think they're not seeing the connection to education in life. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Maggie, could you please spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my first name is Maggie. The last name is Mashia.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Menifee, which is spelled M-E-N-E-F as in Frank, E-E. I am a former Jefferson student. Matter of fact, I remember when I graduated from Tubman, we had our ceremony here at Jeff. And so also, once I graduated, I ended up coming back working because I also worked with youth gangs and NACO doing outreach. And so some of my students or the clients came out of Jeff. But not even just that, then ended up working for the school district, not just PPS, but also David Douglas. And so listening to Montrell and even having these conversations, whether it's a parent, whether it's a former student, or even I still deal with students because I used to also work with the Portland Police, the crisis response team. And so I still have relationships, and I was one of those people that said, we need SROs. You need to have someone in the building that has a relationship, whether it's with parents, whether it's with the students and the teachers. But now when you have nothing, and now we're at the place of, even for the police, they're few in numbers. So who do you turn to for help? The only ones that I would say, honestly, would be, as we're here as a community, it's us. We have to start helping ourselves. And that starts with parents, that starts with other kids, becoming positive role models, or even starting as parents talking to kids. Because most of the kids, as having these conversations, they don't talk to their parents. And I understand parents are busy. There may be that generational gap or, trying to figure out how to connect, but we have to find a way because otherwise we're losing them fast. And then most of the students, they even say they don't even want to go to school anymore. Why? What am I going to school for? I can make money on the streets. And it's the sad situation, which is true. You can make money faster on the streets, but it's not safer either. Because then it's not just the boys that we're losing girls. That whole generation, if you're watching Facebook and everything else on social media, it's sad, it's terrible, but there has to be the reality of us saying, okay, and I say this to the kids, even though I don't have kids. I've worked with kids since I was 19, and I've always said, it's our generation that dropped the ball. Because for us, everybody said we went to church too much. It was too much. They made us do this and they made us do that. So we were relaxed. And now this generation has nowhere to go. There is no bounds. The height of it is terrible. The things they watch, the depth that they go to, there is no fear of nothing. And for me, I always prayed and said, God, help me to remember. You said this is the generation we are going to have. Lover of themselves and afraid of nothing. if you can walk into a building, masked or no mask, with a gun, and not afraid that somebody else is going to do anything, that's terrible. We have crossed that bridge a long time ago. Now it's just every man for himself. And the sad part is we have to try to figure out now how to fix it. We have to actually start being, and this is something I tell with my family, friends, and even some of them with their kids. You need to start having that conversation with your kids, because you know your kids are some of those kids. It is. It's honestly, parents know when their kids are doing something. You know they are. Or even the crowds that they're hanging in. You have to address the things in your household and don't stick your head in the sand. And this is something I used to tell the parents or the staff members. They'd be like, well, that's not my problem. It's your problem when it's going to hit your neighborhood. It's your problem if you're somewhere that, like it was Lloyd Center, getting ready to get on the max, coming from home. So when they started shooting, no, it became your problem because you, just like everybody else, running and ducking, trying to find safety. It's everybody's problem because it can happen anywhere. But the sad part is now it's actually happening at school. When you drop your kids off or know that your kids are coming to school, you want them to be safe. How are we going to do that? So the tough things is we need to have those conversations with ourselves, being honest, then with our family, whether it's our kids, our nieces, our nephews, having those conversations, giving them other avenues, and then it's also having these conversations. Okay, we know it's there. We can't stick our head in the sand anymore. How are we going to fix it? And I do believe there needs to be SRs back in the schools. Because outside of that, what other lines of defense do we have, even if it's just a little bit? What other ones are there? You can't call the police now because you're lucky if you can call them on the street. So to get one to come to the school is even worse. And then at halftime, the protocol is they still have to wait for this one to come before they can even move in.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here tonight. Okay.
Carolyn Leonard, Leonard, and Jefferson has been on the table for 60 years. I grew up in Southeast Portland, and so my dream was to come over here and do things at Jefferson. I worked for Portland Public Schools 42 years. I'm probably the only one that's ever stayed up all night, 5 nights, with another Dr. Carolyn Moylan, to make sure that we got our CDIP in so we didn't lose our money. So I'm totally committed. Absolutely. And Division 22 is one of the things I did. I've done a lot of things in the district. I did multicultural education. I did the DSEG plan. I evaluated Jefferson when I wasn't even really, I was in alternative ed, and they asked me to come over and evaluate, and they wanted me to evaluate programs. And I knew what the game was. The game was they needed a black person to kind of shut it down. But I came over here and I figured out what was going on, and they had some good stuff going on. But Jefferson is always it's involved in the decision-making in the district. We went through all the stuff, equity for the 80s, the DSEG plan, and I could go on and on and on. My disappointment is I was Director of Student Achievement at this school and have lived in this community, and I'm not lost. I did not know. I knew they were going to rebuild Jefferson, but I absolutely did not know about these meetings. And it's reprehensible, not because I'm important, but because I was on the Commission for Black Affairs, I was Metropolitan Human Relations. I've not been lost. I'm not bragging about it, but I'm saying there are a lot of things that you have to take into consideration. If the number one thing is, and I like what you said, DePass, when you talked about academics, don't let it get lost. But you've got a complex thing to handle, and I'll just make it really brief. You've got things like TAG, and there's a law about level and rate. You don't make it here. You don't make it in most of the schools here. You've got STEM. You've got IB. You've got the arts program, which we love, and you've got sports, which we love. It's not an either or. You're going to have to take things that are diabolically opposed to one another and come to diunity logic, where you bring it together in a new thing that you can't even possibly imagine. Two things that you need to know. It's not easy to make the Division 22 standards. When you have an IB program, it's not easy to implement it. I was also an evaluator for the district. Lincoln High School had their IB program, and the law says all of the classes required for the certificate have to be free. Well, they weren't free at Lincoln. We had, if a parent wanted their kid to graduate from IB, they had to pay money. So I caution you, you've got a complex thing if you've got this school here where we're dealing with PCC. PCC is not IB. And it's going to be really hard to get, IB is very strict. And if you're investing in people coming here and they've done it in middle school and they get here and they can't do it, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's going to be very difficult. At Lincoln High School, when they were paying the money, I told them it's against the law, fellows. You can't do it, or ladies. And the same way with your technology and things. If you're a focus school, you're going to have a problem because there's certain things for the focus school. If you do IB, you're going to have issues there. If you have kids over there doing the college stuff, IB and the college thing are going to conflict. When I was here as the Director of Student Achievement, because of the arts, they required 25 or 26 credits. I said, you can't do that. The law says if these kids get 24 credits in these areas, they can graduate from school. You cannot stop them from graduating. And the certificates that they can get, you can say you can't have a certificate, but they were literally not allowing them to be on the list to graduate because they didn't take some class. So I'm saying, what I want to say to you is, this is complex. And there are people, and I'm not the only one who knows about this. I've traveled around the world because of Portland Public Schools, doing our multicultural stuff. I'm saying I'm here, not as a braggart, but I'm here. There are other people in this community who are willing to sit down and really talk about it. This school had three little schools that they put together. I don't even want to tell you how bad it was. They only had 2 teachers for a school. So I hope at this point we're going to get serious. When we had Tubman, we had issues where people were not qualified to teach what they taught. And there's a lady by the name of Jyoti.
We need to move on.
And I'll make it quickly.
Thank you.
Jyoti had her children go to Tubman. Their father's a doctor. And they had real issues with the curriculum, and they had a hard time staying in Portland State, and they're East Indian people. So I'm not trying to say anything other than it's going to be really hard work, and we have to join together and figure out where the holes are. But if I had one thing to say is with your Center for Excellence and that kind of thing, don't wait until they build the building and do all this stuff. Figure out how that's going to be articulated, or you're going to be in a jam.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so we currently have, and thank you everyone for the testimony tonight. I think it was really important to the process. We have an amendment on the table we need to discuss and vote on, and then we need to move towards the vote on the overall modernization plan. Any questions for Director Constam about the amendment?
I have a
Discussion?
question. So I'm ready for a discussion on this because I'm trying to figure out if what we're saying is that we want Jefferson to be both a magnet school and a residential school, because they can't be both. So you can't say I want to be a magnet school so that I can select and be isolated, and be a residential school so that I can have a feeder program. You have to choose one or the other, pee or get off the pot, or open up the door so that all schools can be both a magnet and a residential program, or say no borders at all, no boundaries. Everybody can go wherever they want to go. But to open it up so that you can be both a magnet focused effort school and a residential school, what's the precedent for that? Like, where have we already done that at?
Well, like here, if you were in the dance program, you can,
Microphone. Director Constam.
Maybe Superintendent, do you want to reply? Because this amendment does not prescribe what that will be, but it's just bringing forward the sentiment that's very strong in the community that Jefferson deserves to have a full enrollment like a comprehensive high school and deserves to be brought back as a neighborhood school. I don't think there is anything that would preclude being both and having a geographic boundary and also having somewhat of a lottery process for either the performing arts or the middle college program, if that's what it is. But that's for the superintendent and his team to determine in this process. Basically, I was just bringing forward the sentiment from the community that they want to be assured that the superintendent will undertake that
I want them to have
process.
1,700 people. I want us to build the school for 1,700. I want 1,700 people to be here. I want Jeff to come back to being the robust school that it was. I think the community wants that, even though the community is now shifted. So the people that are going to be coming to Jeff don't look like the people that are in this classroom right now. If we make it a residential school, it's all white. Let's just talk about that for a minute. But that's not the topic of conversation. What I'm saying is, one or the other, or open the doors for everybody. To say, I'm not going to be in support of you get to have your cake and the ice cream and everything else and pick and choose who you want to come into your school and select the 1,700 people that you want to be here, and also have an option to have middle schools that directly feed into you and can't go to the other residential schools within the area that don't have that same option. Because what we're talking about impacts not just Jefferson, but it also impacts Roosevelt, which is another community residential high school. And technically, it's the only residential high school on this side over here.
Can I ask a question? My understanding of the amendment is it doesn't prescribe that either way. What it says is we need a
Somebody just told me when I say residential, they don't know what that means. They think I mean neighborhood. Okay, neighborhood.
My understanding is what the amendment does is lays out a process, and that decision, and it definitely says, we're going to be a 1,700. It's going to be a 1,700, person high school. Whether it would also include a focus option or middle, college program will not be decided tonight by the amendment. That's something that will be decided in the future by the process that will come back to the board for a decision, is my understanding.
I'm wondering about the language in the amendment, though, does say establish set boundaries and identify a middle school feeder pattern, which takes some of that focus option off the table. So I'm wondering if we want to amend the amendments to say the superintendent will initiate a process to develop a plan to increase student enrollment for Jefferson High School. Just delete those specifics, Amy. And then the further amendment would be this plan should consider the impact on overall enrollment and assure comparable curriculum and programming. So to
make
take
it more
out
generic that we're going to increase to 1,700.
Right.
How we get there?
How do we get there? And maybe it's setting a feeder pattern and doing enrollment balancing. Maybe it's creating a robust middle college program that attracts students from all over the district. I think I would feel more comfortable. I think that's the conversation we need to have, is what is the future programming of Jefferson? What does that look like for the community? And I feel like this amendment might be too prescriptive. But I do think getting Jefferson to 1,700 is the overall goal. How we get there is the question.
I have a comment about maybe how to get there, and I agree we shouldn't be too prescriptive, but we could look at a right to return or a right to remain. Because we know gentrification's impacted the racial demographics of the area, and if we really want to serve African American kids, then we look at a right to remain or a right to return. Like Boise, Elliott, Humboldt, lots of families return because there's a sense of safety here and legacy, and we don't want to get rid of that. We want people to be able to bring their children here. If they feel that sense of safety and connection. And so we need to build in processes that will allow the kids that want to be here to be here.
So I have a quick question. This is superintendent. I'm sure he's probably about to answer it anyway. So as the process of already building the school for 1,700, is there already a plan developed to bring 1,700 kids here?
Well, no, sir, because we're here talking about a comprehensive facility plan, and I think I'm hearing the proposed amendment. I think it shares the implicit goal. You just heard Director Green. We want to see it filled up, and we do need a plan for how we get at increasing the enrollment, hopefully up to 1,700. And I have no preconceptions about that. I don't think anybody in the room does. I think what it's proposing is that we signal to the broader community that we want to initiate a process that's thoughtful, that explores a variety of strategies, and it probably should say that may consider establishing boundaries or not, or expanding what a focus option, quote unquote, magnet type program. There's so many implications here, not just on what the enrollment mechanism is, but a question around the programming here in the facility. There's a current educational model here. It's a middle college, and it has other themes that attract our students within the building, and so it's a much bigger conversation. And I take the amendment to communicate. There's an interest to make sure and let the community know that the process will sort of reveal the direction and would bring a recommendation or a set of options, or along the way provide an update to the board around getting its input around how we might get to a place where the facility has a robust enrollment.
So I just have one quick question, and it was Leah's. So by adding it as an amendment to the modernization master plan, do that restrict us in any way from moving further with any other parts of the modernization? Okay.
We're building a full facility here that could accommodate 1,700 students and all the programming, whether the classroom's teaching math, Spanish, or IB. It'll be a 21st century learning environment.
I think it's a good question, though, because we don't get that full programming with only 600 students, and that's why we would want to have more students in the building, because more students equals more robust programming.
So
even though
Director Brim Edwards has the floor.
So I'm in support of Jefferson having a robust enrollment, because often the criticism, like, we can't give them that because they only have 600 students, and in fact, all the 600 students here at Jefferson are ones who purposefully chose Jefferson because it's the only school that has dual boundaries, and it's the only what would have been a neighborhood high school with everybody being able to choose your non-neighborhood, another choice besides a neighborhood high school. So I feel like this has been one of the things that's held Jefferson back, in that you can't offer a full academic program with fewer numbers of students. And it wasn't Jefferson that did that, or it wasn't that people didn't want to go to Jefferson. It's the fact that PPS about 10 years ago allowed these provided these dual boundaries. So I'm in support of Jefferson having a robust enrollment. And I, just having been the board member in Southeast Portland who sat in on a year and a half of boundary discussions around opening one middle school. This is much more complicated because it's Jefferson, but it also has an impact on other schools that serve historically underserved students, like Roosevelt or McDaniel. And what I would suggest is we could have a sense of the board that we believe that Jefferson should have a robust enrollment, and we take action in time, but that we also have a really thoughtful process about it, and so that we are communicating with the families at Roosevelt, because what we don't want to do is fill up Jefferson and empty Roosevelt out. So we need to be really deliberate and who we include in those conversations. So I would keep it as high as level as possible, and then have time next year when we know more about the program to be able to have this discussion about and scope, because once you start those discussions, it's, I know from the Southeast Guiding Coalition, really helpful to have sort of what are our principles that we want to have, and is it a principle that this is about a neighborhood school, or is it about celebrating the arts program that has traditionally been here? But I think that's a much longer conversation that we should have, and that the superintendent is going to need probably direction and structure from the board.
So Chair Scott, I'm fine with accepting Ailey's friendly amendment to the amendment and deleting that part to establish set boundaries and identify a middle school
Yeah, can I read what I have? So it's just, it is a pretty straightforward, and thank you, Director Lowry. By no later than the start of 2026-27 school year, the superintendent will initiate a process to develop a plan to increase student enrollment, period. Oh, yeah, he's already looking.
Nice,
Kara.
Kara.
We should probably put for Jefferson High School, just so we're
Yes.
real clear.
Oh, increase student enrollment.
For Jefferson High School,
Yes.
so those
Yes.
last 4 words of the sentence.
Right, and then striking the rest, thank you, Kara. And then the rest, I think, stays the same.
Yeah, and that's important because, to Director Green's point, I mean, we all know that we have high school enrollment balancing work to do across our entire district. And so Jefferson, this is addressing something that was omitted from this 130-page document, which is how are we going to get there? But it's implied that that work needs to take place across the entire district. So we will initiate it for this process with care and concern for all of our other schools.
Thanks. Director Constam, if you accept that as a friendly amendment, I'd like to move us towards a vote on the amendment.
I have one question for the superintendent. Would the June timeline work with an opening in fall of 28?
It would provide us the opportunity to operationalize and know by November and have in place.
Great. I was assuming
for
that was
funds.
correct, but I wanted to ask just to verify.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as written up on the screen, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All those opposed? And any abstention? And sorry, Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Okay, the amendment passes. Thank you, Director Constam. Now, I'd like to move us towards a vote on the overall Jefferson Master Plan as amended. Any final words before we move into that vote?
So I just have a couple comments. I just want to make sure that, as a board, that we're listening and hearing what the community is saying, from contractors all the way down. I think, a lot of times we talk about equity and making sure that, we have equitable practices, whether it's in contracting or school foundations or whatever those are. But I think we need to make sure we start voting with that in mind. It's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to actually have a vote about it. And I've said this before, that, when we're talking about building this school here, that we should make sure that we're looking at contractors of color to be building this school here. And I'm gonna just put it out there up front. I will never support something that is not going to utilize majority of our folks to be building this school here. There's been billions of dollars that has been going out with other schools, and we need to make sure that our folks, our kids who look like us, can see us building the schools that they're in as well. That's it.
I'm just curious, who's accountable for making that happen? Is that OSM or?
Well, the board votes on every one of those.
Right, but we by the time they get to us,
CMGC
usually
bid
it's.
process.
And then we'll come to us.
I think the question is, who's accountable to the performance for the district or departments based upon our certified business goals? Is that what the question is?
Yeah, I guess because by the time something comes to the board, it's pretty baked. So I'm just curious. At front loading.
I'm going to turn that around, actually, because I think we want to move towards, I appreciate you being here. The accountability is on us. And I think that's what Vice Chair Hollins is saying. I think we need to make it very clear what our priorities are, which I think we're doing tonight. We'll continue to do moving forward. I think staff need to move forward with that in mind, which I think you're hearing loud and clear. And then I think it's on us, whether it comes to us fully baked or not, we are the ones who get to make the decision on those contracts.
Okay, can I hear the answer that Mr. Engelson provide? Thanks.
When it comes to certified business, I guess it's a big discussion, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly. But the district has goals around certified business. There was an annual, I think, report that was circulated here recently, and there are strategies that the different departments and different projects take to meet those goals or exceed those goals. And so a lot of the focus is really around what those strategies are and what the results we think we will get from those strategies. And so we could talk about some specifics of those, but like a couple things or something specifically that comes to mind of how we're looking to always achieve and exceed our goals. As we are standing up, actually re-standing up something that's been gone for several years, is a contracting and equity and purchasing a committee. So that's a group of individuals, business owners who have done work with the district in the past to help advise us on what we can do to take strategies to increase our certified business participation. So that's just one example of the strategies that we look to take.
But Director Scott, to your point about it comes to us, I mean, one thing that's really important where we can be influential is those firms need to bid, and those firms need to be partnering up with prime contractors if they're subcontractors. They need to know that, like, PPS wants to do business with minority businesses, so they got to show up and bid, and everybody can play a role in cultivating that, and we've been doing a better job of that recently.
So I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. You know, when we talk about you have to show up to bid, is historically showing up to bid to work at PPS have resulted in not a whole lot of work at all.
No, I'm not saying
No,
that's
so
the whole deal.
but I don't want to
I'm
make it
just
seem
saying-
like we're not trying to work on these projects.
No,
Black people are trying to work on these projects. I think sometimes we're going to have to either be creative with the CMGC process. We're going to have to be creative to make that happen. A lot of times, and this will come up in the hopefully in the last thing that I pulled, but in order for any organization to be able to grow and expand, they have to have the opportunities. And so when you have a company who is trying to grow and expand but don't have the opportunity because they don't have the necessary things that is always required, sometimes that limits their opportunity pieces. And so all I'm saying is that as a board, we want to make sure that we are, as an organization, that we are going to go away from that model to make sure that if whatever we need to do as the owners of the project, let's be clear that we're the owners of the project, to make sure that we can look at and be creative to make sure that the 18% goals that we have, that's great, but sometimes we meet them, sometimes we don't. We need to have more. If we have our own contractors leading these contracts, and historically you can look at the TriMet contract that they just did down Burnside. You can look at the Convention Center project. They had over 50% minority participation. And so that's all I'm saying is that, but those organizations was creative in letting those contractors lead those jobs.
And they also were supported once they were on the job.
So I'm moving towards a vote on this item.
So I want to also say, for direct, I know you want to move it along, but how we talk about this matters. That creativity is going to matter, and we can do it because we've seen other public projects where they've been more successful. And I agree with Director Hollins 100% that we need to be very creative. And we had people in the room tonight, several people that said they want to help and they want to be on this, in advisory roles that have deep connections and experience. So let's put them to work. They offered to volunteer for us.
The board will now vote on Resolution 6627, authorizing the Jefferson High School Modernization Comprehensive Plan. All of those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon,
Yes.
are there any abstentions? Resolution 6627 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon unofficially, but still voting yes. Congratulations. Well, I'm going to applaud because I think this is an exciting moment.
Thank you to everybody for showing up.
Thank you again, everyone, for being here tonight. I'm going to, Student Representative McMahon, I'm still going to hold off on your report if that's okay for a few more minutes. We do need to move on. We have, I want everyone to note it's 9:10. You know how I feel about meetings after 9. There are a couple things that we need to get done. I really want to move as quickly as we can through them. I think we can. We have the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report, which is like a really exciting moment in our fiscal year. And so, Kara, are the people testifying remotely? I know. We'll come back.
Andrew, am I still going to get my student comment? Yeah.
Sorry, say
I'm
that.
still going to be able to do student
Yes.
comment? Okay.
Absolutely. We have some people who have been waiting, I think, right? Our contractors.
We have Tim Gillette from TKW on virtually. Is that what you're asking about for the audit?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yes, let's move on to, you're trying to tell me something. Oh, Student Representative Mann, are you okay until after this? Okay, great.
Okay, Chair Scott, then I believe Tim Gillette is joining us virtually. Tim Gillette is from Talbot, Carvola, and Warwick, better known as TKW. They work with us pretty frequently, conducting audits. Tonight they're speaking to the annual comprehensive financial report, which I know was also heard in some detail recently, but is also here to put it before the full board. So Tim, thanks for joining us.
Great, thanks for having me. Great to be here. Everybody hear me okay? Volume is all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, hi, I'm Tim Gillette. I'm a partner with Talbot, Corvola, and Warwick, or TKW, your external independent auditors, here to present the annual comprehensive financial report, sometimes referred to as the ACFR. My colleague Dan Miley and I presented this in some depth to the audit committee last week, so I will go pretty quickly. I think I can get through this in less than an hour or so. No, just kidding. Just wanted to see if anybody smiled there. It's a big document, about 130 pages or something like that. I'm going to talk about basically 3 reports, 2 of them in this one and 1 in another one. And I will go pretty quickly, as I think that's what you would all like for me to do tonight. But I am open for questions, happy to answer questions if I go too quickly. So most of this document, your ACFR, is your document. My reports are only a few pages in here. You pay me to give my opinion on the financial statements, footnotes, and then all the other information in here. And once again, it is a unmodified opinion, sometimes called a clean opinion from the auditor, the kind that you want to have. So that's my main report on the document. There's also something at the back of the document where we report under Oregon minimum standards, under Oregon state regulations. The state asks us to look at certain things, and we do that and have to report to them. They give us a list of things to look at. We say that there was substantial compliance by the district with all the state regulations and rules, but we did have 2 small findings. They're not unusual, and the district has had similar findings in prior years. One was on our test of students. You're supposed to withdraw students after 10 consecutive absences. We draw a sample of students to look at. We drew a sample of 60 students. We found 1 that wasn't withdrawn timely. Also, we look at a sample of teachers and teacher experience. The state wants to know if experience is being reported correctly to them. In our sample of 60 teachers, we found 6 where experience was either underreported or overreported. Again, relatively small items that have occurred with the district in previous years and at other school district clients that we have. So, excuse me a second. The third report is the so-called single audit report. This is on your federal expenditures. The district spent about $95 million in federal monies this year, which is quite an increase from last year was like $66 million. So big increase. We have our reports. There's actually a couple of reports in here, but they can be boiled down to one thing, to say that we had no findings in the single audit, which is pretty unusual actually, to say that it's completely clean, especially you had some new programs this year. As everyone knows, there's a lot of COVID-related money and funds out there, and new programs with new requirements. But we didn't find any non-compliance to report at all. So everyone should get a big pat on the back for that. So that's my report in about as brief a fashion as I can make it. Again, happy to take questions.
Tim, thank you for the work on the audit and that report. I appreciate that as well. Let's go ahead and put the motion on the table, and then we can have a board discussion about
So moved.
it.
Second.
Director Constant moves, Director Brim Edwards seconds. That's the annual comprehensive financial report. Is there any board discussion?
Just bravo, clean audit.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I really appreciate the session we had the other day, not just for the clean audit, and thanks to the staff for all the hard work to make that happen. But I do think it's also worth noting that it's in some ways this document is our year-end financial document, and we did end the year with the $87 million underspend, not an overspend because that's not allowed. But it's just worth noting that we had a lot of conversations early in the year about whether we were going to be spending our contingency or reserves, and we actually, because for a variety of reasons, had an underspend when you look at the budget to actuals, which should be helpful next budget season. But really great work to the finance team, and it's the type of audit you want to have. But I do think I think it would be great to, when we have the start of the next budget process, to really take the year in, because we never have the closeout, to have it be sort of a launch point for the next year's conversation.
Yeah, thanks for those. So I mean, again, the clean audit, and particularly on the single audit, is really, it's great work by the finance team. And Director Vermed was just picking up on your point. And Tim, I'm not sure if this is a question you can answer. If not, it's a question we can direct to CFO Delgadillo. But that almost $90 million underspend, we spent about 92.6% of the budget. What would you say is normal for governments in terms of spending budget to actuals?
It's a good question. Most governments try to spend as close to their budget as possible, of course, but you don't want to overspend, so you almost always end up with an underspend. I couldn't give you an exact percentage without doing some research.
So, and thank you for that. Yeah, and I couldn't either. I will say from my own anecdotal evidence, working with other governments, that again, governments, it ranges from the low 90s to the mid 90s. I've seen very few governments and their general fund get closer, in the 97-98% range. And the reason for that, as you mentioned, is that it's illegal to overspend. So governments, by definition, will not overspend because you go to budget jail for that, which is a very bad place to be. And so to me, this $90 million under expenditure is looked, roughly normal. Maybe given the additional federal funds we had, it might have been a little bit larger than normal. I think an important point, Director Broom-Edwards, is that's one-time funding that is actually built in to forecasts. And so again, I don't want to speak for CFO Delgadillo, but it is not additional money, generally speaking, that we can appropriate because it's usually assumed. Now that may be slightly larger, which would be a one-time surplus that could be spent on one-time expenditures, capital, other types of things, not ongoing expenditures, such as teachers or administrative staff or other things. So I think it is a good thing to note, but I just want to be cautious that I don't want the public to come away thinking, oh, we've got $90 million that we could invest in ongoing expenses. Yeah, well, good. Then I'm glad we're having that conversation.
Yeah, I think the actual underspend that she had mentioned was a little bit less, more like 83 million or something. That I think the 90 that you're mentioning might have come from my mention of how much federal funds you spent this past year.
I was rounding 87 million to 90.
Or rounding up, okay, that's fine. Significant digits. Yeah. Given that your expenses on an accrual basis are pretty close to $1 billion, that or 900 and change, 900 million and change, you're right, it's about a 10% or less underspend, which is not a huge amount. And you do want to have some money left over to help carry you through till the revenues start rolling in.
I want to congratulate the finance team for the 6th straight year of clean audits. It's a good date to reference. It's 6 years of clean audits.
If there's one thing they emphasized in my superintendent school many years ago is always make sure the money adds up correctly. So thank you to our independent auditors, TKW. I don't take for granted the unmodified findings or the clean audit, so I'll make sure to express appreciation to our budget and finance team and Chief Delgadillo, who couldn't be with us this evening. Thank you.
The board will now vote.
Yes, and I would also like to thank the finance team. Obviously, the audit is a huge undertaking for them when they're trying to get their everyday work done while answering all of our questions and supplying us with the documents we need. So thanks very much to Tracy and Cheryl and Melissa, and I'm probably forgetting some people, but we couldn't do our job without their help. So thank you very much.
The board will now vote on Resolution 6625, acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report, reports to management, and the report on requirement of federal funds. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Any abstentions? So Resolution 6625 is approved by a vote of 6-0, with Student Representative McMahon unofficially voting yes. Great. Let's go back, and thank you for your patience. Student Representative McMahon,
Thank you. Unfortunately, looks like I've lost a bit of my audience tonight, but that's okay. I can always clip it, maybe post it to our Instagram later. Just before I begin, for the few in the room and for those watching online, I'm going to be talking about the events that took place at Cleveland. Obviously, it can be very triggering for a lot of people, so I just want to put that warning out before I start. So, for those of you that don't know, Cleveland had an incident of gun violence at our school yesterday. I personally was in my literature class. I'm a Cleveland student, and I sat through our lockdown and then the lock-in that followed yesterday. I was in my literature class for about probably 2 hours-ish. It was obviously a very scary incident, and I know that it's also happened within the Jefferson community as well, and someone Brazil came forward today as well, just to talk about how we've had 6 incidences. Ultimately, gun violence is a pervasive American problem, and I think that the solutions have already been voiced, and it's really going to come down to that community partnership and working with the agencies within our community that also are trying to solve and mitigate the harm and mitigate the likelihood of instances of gun violence. I want to kind of talk only briefly about it, just because for a lot of people I know it's hard to process and the emotions will fluctuate. But I really just want to voice to all my fellow students at Cleveland, and also to the students that have experienced it in other schools, that it's perfectly fine for your emotions to change depending on the day, the environment, and how you're feeling in that moment. For me, I definitely reflected on it differently. It happened only yesterday, so I think the emotions are still kind of running through as to what it really felt like. For me, my sister actually heard the gunshots, and having to hear about that and wait for her text can be really scary. I also just want to voice too, and really important, is that the teachers also experience this. I think a lot of times we just expect teachers to be the safeguarders of their students, and they're expected to just move into this protective role rather than really getting to experience the trauma themselves. And so I hope that all the Cleveland teachers and the other teachers in the district that it's happened to take the time to process for themselves and know that you are equally as affected as the students that were part of it, and that and I think that a lot of times teachers don't necessarily get to process it in the same way and don't necessarily have the space provided for them to process it. But it's not something you ever expect becoming a teacher. It's not something you ever want. And it's a sad reality that it's something that we had to experience yesterday, and that I know other students and teachers have experienced. So my heart goes out to the Cleveland community, and I'm looking forward to going back to school tomorrow, getting to meet with my teachers and talk through what happened to us and how it felt. And yeah, it's just, emotions will run high, and I hope that everyone knows that we're here and that as a Cleveland community we can move forward from this. Sorry, I'm a little sick as well, which did not add to the joys of yesterday. I also, moving forward, I was hoping I had this whole wrapped 2022 wrapped thing, since we this is our last board meeting before, but I obviously just wanted to talk a little bit about that. But I'm going to move into that now. So I got to visit a lot of schools over this past 2022 and over the summer, and so I just wanted to talk about some of the great joys that I had and how lucky I feel to be student representative. So this year I got to go to Franklin to meet with Shamia Fagan and talk through how students can show up and show out to vote. And the youth vote actually in Oregon and Portland specifically did increase in this past election, so that was very exciting. I got to go to Lincoln and I had a booth at their club fair where I got to talk about what DSC does and promote getting involved with the district. I got to go to Hayhurst Elementary with Congresswoman Bomanici at the beginning of the year on the first day of school to welcome our kids back to school. I got to attend the Summer Arts Showcase at the Newmark Theater over the summer. It was all about creating the future, and it was so great to get to see what the students had put in such a short period of time. There was a band, there was theater, there was some visual arts, and it was just so great to see the creativity. I got to attend Roosevelt as well to see some of their summer programs like the IM Academy and our Sun programs, and it was so great. It was my first time at Jefferson. It was awesome to see the building and to meet the students, and I actually spent the rest of the afternoon volunteering in one of the Sun program classrooms, and it was just so fun, and I met a lot of great middle schoolers who I actually keep in contact with now. I got to visit Markham Elementary and saw their Black Excellence program and got to meet with some of those elementary school students who were taking part. I got to go to McDaniel's this last Friday for their winter assembly where I talked about our upcoming student summit, as well as got to make some ceramics in their ceramics program. Apparently I'm a natural. That's what they told me. I made a bowl, and then I tried to make a cup, and it did not work. But they told me that I was good at the bowl, so. I got to go to Abernathy for the day where I volunteered in teacher Debbie's kindergarten classroom. It was so great to get to see all the happy faces. I volunteered during recess, and I also worked specifically on a math game, with some of the students, and it's so great to get to be involved with some of those younger kids just because they're so happy and they love school, and that's definitely something at the high school level you sometimes lose sight of. And I also got to visit Alameda Elementary as well to go and see their bike bus program, which has obviously gotten a lot of news notoriety. Sam Bolto, their PE director, who also puts on the program, lended me and Danny Cage, one of our other student representatives, bicycles so we could take part. And he plays music, and everyone's riding together. And overall, there was so many students, and it was just so great to see something like that. That was so joyful for the community. And finally, it's probably a bit of cheating, but I also went to Cleveland, both for school, and I held a listening session there recently about the summit and how we can make student experiences better. And then finally, we also have a majority BIPOC individuals in our district student council this year, which has been really exciting, and it's among the first years. We also have more female representation than previous years as well. So it's been a great year overall. I think unfortunately the events of yesterday certainly have dulled a little bit of what I was hoping was going to be a very positive student report. But ultimately I feel so extremely lucky to be able to be the student representative. I remember my first meeting last year, I was filling in for Jackson, and it was a budget meeting, and I remember just walking out to the parking lot, and Parker, one of our student representatives on DSC, is over there, and I just remember dancing in the parking lot because it was such a great opportunity, and I got to see so much that other students don't get the opportunity to, and I think that that's a feeling that I personally have not lost. This job is such a privilege, and getting to make a real impact and getting to visit schools and meet students is such essential work, and I feel so grateful that I get to be involved in the work that we do and the impact that we make. So I leave this last board meeting of 2022 very hopeful that I'll get to visit more schools, meet more students, and make a bigger impact. And I'm so grateful once again just to be part of this job and to have the role that I do. And I say this a lot, but I am the luckiest student in the world because I represent the best. And that's just so true. And even after today, coming from hardship and moving forward, I definitely feel that that really sticks with me. So thank you.
But
I just want to quickly recognize that we have our former student rep Nathaniel is here with us tonight, and Nathaniel, almost his entire tenure was just online when he served as a student rep. So it's nice to see you in person. Thank you for coming out.
Representative McMahon, thanks for recognizing the trauma that not just the students but also the teachers experienced, and I also want to recognize the secondary trauma that parents experienced. And I have a coworker whose son is a sophomore, and talked to him at lunch today about the impact. And we have board members who have students at Cleveland, and the trauma that goes to the entire community. So thank you for recognizing that. Next up on our agenda are board committee and conference reports. Given the late hour, I'm hoping we can move quickly through these. So I won't go through every single one, but are there any key board reports or board committee reports that folks would like to make? Dr. Bowers?
I have one just from the levy committee because I think we had sort of hit a milestone the other day. So the committee is recommending that we not go this next May, but that we look at the two preferred dates for the local option levy, which pays for about 850 teachers, that we go either in November of 2023 or May of 2024. And so the committee is going to take a brief hiatus and pick things up again this spring, so we can have some meetings, some community engagement with our school community before school gets out, so that we'll be ready to go in the fall of 2023. And thanks to the committee members for their work.
Thank you. Any other committee reports?
I have a brief committee report. We heard basically from TKW tonight and the audit committee last week, and we have an upcoming audit committee on January 19th at 4 o'clock. I also want to report just really briefly, I attended the CUBE conference in Miami and attended a couple of really powerful sessions, one on the science of reading, another one about the power of just breathing correctly and its impact on teaching breathing to adults in school systems around the country. Produces really great calming the nervous system is really important, especially for kids' social, emotional, and the adults that serve them.
Great, thank you. Next up is our legislative agenda, and Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, directors, as you know, historically PPS has developed a legislative agenda to serve as a guide, particularly as PPS approaches elected state officials each legislative session. In 2023, you find that the legislative agenda is centered on helping us realize our district vision, helping us continue to make strides in our strategic plan, and it's very focused on our student outcome goals that we have for 3rd, 5th, 8th, high school graduation, post-secondary readiness, our board goals. So we're also calling upon the Oregon legislature to reaffirm their commitment to pre-K-12 education by prioritizing a robust investment to the state school fund. We'll go into some of the details there because we do want to hear consensus from the board on that to help inform our continued conversations. But here to tell us more, our government relations team.
Thank you. Do I have to push something? Oh, okay. It'll pick me up. There we go. Board directors, Superintendent Guerrero, Courtney Westling, Director of Government Relations. And Lisa, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Good evening, board directors. I'm Lisa Merrick. I'm the legislative liaison on the government relations team here.
And I think you said a lot of what we were going to say, which is we go through this every couple years. We'll likely start doing it annually. We obviously have annual sessions, but the odd years are our budget sessions. They're the 5-month session. It's the long one where we primarily focus on the resources that we're getting from the state. And so the agenda that most of you have, well, it went through committee, intergovernmental committee approved it. It's been shared multiple times, so I'm sure it's not new to you, but this is the next step in the process. So one thing we want to make sure you see, we did insert the state school fund, the CSL number according to school districts in the most recent version, which is the 10.3. That's what the coalition is settling on, coalition being the advocates in Salem, our labor friends, COSA, OSBA, the Oregon Association of School Business Officials are the ones who landed on the number. They did a lot of outreach to school districts around the state to get numbers to crunch. So that is where that comes from. And yeah, we are just nesting all of our high-level priorities within the board goals and the strategic plan and our vision. We have really great North Stars to focus on, so we want to make sure that that's really clear in what we are sharing with legislators. We're going to begin meeting, this won't be the first time, but we'll begin meeting with legislators ahead of session. We had a meeting yesterday, in fact, and by irony, I should tell you that Senator Frederick is very excited about the summit, so the student summit in February. So we're going to start just talking about this document, but also all the things going on in the district and encouraging them to attend in February to visit with students. So I'll kind of, I guess, leave it up to you all to discuss anything you want to discuss, but and we'll be here for questions.
Are there any questions about the legislative agenda?
I just want to say that I think, all the board members have had an opportunity to review it. Most people have, fed feedback back to me that we've filtered through our committee. I want to really thank the superintendent for two things. One is just being a real leader in the statewide coalition of superintendents to help develop some of our key priorities, but also make sure that they're aligned with other powerful voices around the state, so that we can just all come together for kids. And I know you were in Salem last week. I don't know if there's anything you want to report, but before you do, I also want to say that aside from the financial pieces that Courtney just spoke to, I would say our other key priority is around early literacy and supporting a bill that is being largely championed and crafted by Stanford Children around supporting science of reading strategies. So we are all in on that. And Byrony, we're going to be working together to send a bunch of kids to Salem during the session. And I was talking to some legislators, and I said, get ready. They're coming.
I think that's correct. We have our third grade reading goal, so it seems apropos to be present, advocating, offering testimony this past Friday at the State House around a potential bill that will support an emphasis on effective reading instruction, largely informed by what we know about those components that should be in place in our primary grade levels, which many folks are referring to as the science of reading. And it's important to be clear that that means taking a multi-pronged approach. It's not just materials, it's professional development and training, coaching, time for planning, et cetera. So that is a theme. Early literacy and making sure kids can read is a universal theme that folks are getting behind statewide, and states that take that kind of an approach are seeing real results for all students. So we're hopeful.
So I would make one issue. This has come up in a couple of different places, but it's around our levy, and it came up in the levy committee early on. And right now there's a state cap in terms of how much our levy can be. And one of the things that I would like to propose is actually an amendment to this legislative. It can be relatively high level and generic. I don't think we need to get into necessarily the specifics. That one of the things we'd be lobbying for is either an elimination or a lifting of that cap. The reason why I put that on the table is it would give us options if we had that. They're not options we would necessarily have to take as a board, but if we were able to lift that cap, it would give us options in the future when we go out for a levy renewal to either keep the levy the same as it is now, or to talk to our community about whether they would be interested in increasing the levy, and if so, what those resources could be invested in within the district. It has to be a two-step process. Increasing our levy without getting that cap raised would just mean that we would raise money in the Portland area that would go into the state school fund and be distributed to the rest of the state. I'm sure they would love that. I'm not sure our taxpayers would love that. So it's a two-step process, but I would like to ask whether there's support on the board for including that in our legislative agenda, and then Courtney and her team can develop the specifics and come back and talk to us about what that specific, a mechanism might look like.
I would support that increase, that language.
Yes, it is a motion. Yes, I will make a motion to amend the legislative agenda that one of our principles would be to request from the legislature, either elimination or increase to our levy cap.
And I will second that motion.
Great. So discussion from the board.
My only question is of Courtney, whether adding that to our advocacy agenda, you think would diminish our capacity for lobbying around both the financial, the current service level, and the just overall state education budget, or it's an easy and?
I think, Director Constant, it's a good question. I know I've said that I worry about a muddled message, but I do think that we can use high-level enough language that we are, interested in looking at this issue. Like, this is a complicated, technical, dare I say wonky, part of the state statute that we have worked through in the past. 4 years ago, we were able to pass a bill in a short session to increase the statutory limits. So it's been done before, which actually I think is helpful in this case. And it's not certain yet. We're still having the discussion. But I think including it in the legislative agenda as something that we want to examine is easy enough for us to do, and we can figure out where it lives and find a language that works.
And I think it's a good flag. I think there's that potential. I actually think the argument can be these complement one another. The state school fund is for all districts in the state, and to the extent that the legislature comes through in a way that supports kids coming out of the pandemic, it might obviate the need for a levy increase. But I think if they don't, or we can even be talking about what we could be doing with it. We're not asking the legislature for more money. That's on the state school fund. We're asking for the opportunity to ask our own voters what they want to do. And I hope that resonates with local Portland legislators that, I want to be really clear. If our own voters, and we do some polling and they say, not interested, well, we're not going to move forward with that. But if our own voters are interested, those voters are the same people who support our local, representatives. So I would think there would be a general consensus that would be a good idea.
And I will add that even without asking voters to increase the levy rate, if we continue to see enrollment drops, we probably will run into the problem sooner than later. I've been talking to Carol Samuels about how soon. So we should probably be considering this either way.
Okay.
So I'm okay with adding it to the legislative agenda, because I think it's worth exploring. I do think we should have a several click down discussion about what the options would be, because the reality, like what happened 4 years ago, we totally drove that. That was not any other entity getting it passed, and we had our own legislative language. We had some champions on both sides. We went and lobbied the whole thing. So it didn't just happen, or there was a natural coalition. I mean, we had to pass it. So I think I would suggest to come back with what are the possibilities, and are there some that are more viable? Because I do think then there's a point in time, and if you listen to the Governor-elect Kotek the other day at the Business Summit, she was about accountability and oversight of the money that everybody already has. I mean, I think there will be at a certain point in time a prioritization of hey, you've got a lot of money asks. What's the most important thing on the list? So we should just be prepared of how we might prioritize that. And by if there's other allies, do we have a champion who will help us? So I think it's fine to add now, but I think it probably will just be sort of wishful thinking unless we come back and have a real conversation about how would we create a strategy to actually make it happen, and what's the trade-off with other things that we have on the agenda.
And I think it's important to frame it. It's not a money ask. And I think but that right from the very beginning, if the legislature thinks it's a money ask from them, then you're right, it's going to compete. It's not a money ask from them.
So
it's actually a local control.
It's an ask, because they actually have to, somebody has to carry the bill. They've got to go ask. It's
not a money
people to do
ask,
it. And frankly, there will be people who are hey, my district doesn't have a local option. Why do I want to let Portland? So it's not uncomplicated, and we should just be thoughtful about all the other things. And if this is our biggest thing on the agenda, then we should say that, and put together the strategy and see if we can make it happen. But I think we should get more detailed and think through what are all the other things. We may get more money if there's a huge appropriation for the reading initiative. If it's big enough, PPS's piece of it could get us like additional resources. But so I just think we need to place it in there, and it's an ask. It's not, it may not be a money, the other thing wasn't a money ask, it was a technical correction, but you still had to get people to vote for it and work on it and like not leave it behind. And
And we can bring back those options that would include, beyond the eliminate and increase, you know, probably not as viable, but the constitutional change that we could, you know, there are other things.
Yeah.
It's, again, it's about,
That seems
you
like
know,
a big
but,
ask.
and then the other thing is we do have 2024 as an option. We could go and try to do this then. So I'm not saying that we should
Yes, although
necessarily, but.
that makes it more difficult
Yes.
if we go in November 2023. Great. So any other, let's move forward on a vote on the amendment.
I have, I'm sorry, I have some questions about the rest of the agenda.
Actually, can we vote on the amendment?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Move
sorry.
on to the
Go
rest of
ahead.
the agenda? Great. So the amendment is to add the levy language to the legislative agenda. All those in favor, say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All those opposed, no. And Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Any abstentions? The amendment passes 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes and Director Bim Edwards on the rest of the agenda.
Yeah, a couple questions. I noticed essential skills isn't on the list, and I'm sure it's going to come up, and it may be that we're not going to advocate it, but I think there will be people who want to know where PPS is on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that something that you, when we have a better idea what the proposal is, that you come back to the board?
Yeah, that's one that we don't know what's shaking out from that report yet. When we do, we'll be able to share that through the intergovernmental committee or come to the board, whatever you guys want.
Yeah, I'd love to have that come
Yeah.
to the board. I mean, I just think it's a really substantive discussion about our graduation.
controversial.
It fits our criteria around our board goals, so, and that's our guiding light.
Yeah, well, because we don't have a lot of specifics around a lot of things yet, this is meant to be, you know, not non-exhaustive, but as inclusive as we can be at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be one of the bigger education policy issues. Yeah. The other question I had was about the Ballmer Institute.
Mm-hmm.
What are they asking for? And I noticed that we would be supportive on what they're asking for, that we would be lending our support to.
I have not heard yet, but we would, because it is a value of ours. So it falls into the things we're already supporting and advocating for. So we will find out what those are as time goes on. I don't know.
Are they asking for an appropriation?
I haven't even heard that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be great to know once they have it.
And we work, I mean, these are people that we work with year in and year out from various corners, you know, the university system, the behavioral health system, a variety of people that we, you know, that we'll coordinate with at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There will be things we have no inkling of at this moment, but we have identified our guiding principles, and it'll make that process easy in terms of whether we're going to weigh in.
Yeah, and some things will be small and, you know, relatively innocuous, and we'll say, yeah, PPS supports that. It's fits into this. It aligns with our board goals, vision, and strategic priorities or plan. And then there will be bigger, more controversial things. I think essential skills will be one of them. For example, where we'll come back and say, hey, what should we do here?
So one other thing, and I noticed you didn't go through your slide deck, given the time of night, but there is a bullet point on like next steps, and it lists the fund and DSC as partners.
Mm-hmm.
Because of COVID, we lost some of our connectivity and our like larger school community advocacy, and I'm wondering if it's possible, and I think there'll be a lot of benefits for some other things, to be partnering with labor, like PAT, PTAs, OSBA, SEIU, STAND, so that we get back in that practice that we used to sort of like the school community's going down to Salem.
Yeah, we have a regular meeting that's already starting. It's not quite on a cadence yet, but we've historically had regular weekly meetings with all of our advocacy partners, including labor, STAND, COSA, OSBA. I'm sure I'm forgetting folks. We've been meeting with Foundations for a Better Oregon. They represent a lot of our community organizations, just staying in alignment with them. We may not always have the same priorities, but we want to be supportive, and likewise for them. So I think those those connections are starting back up again. And it was very weird to be in the Capitol last week because it's under construction. And there's somebody said that their top 10 suggestions for those working in the building during session, bring a water bottle. And it was literally everyone was bring a water bottle, bring a water. There's no water fountain on the first floor of the Capitol. So it's going to be an interesting session for a lot of people.
Well, I know with the discussion around the foundations and fundraising, there is a lot of energy about what we can do together. And one of the most effective ways is either our advocacy around referrals or around our Salem advocacy, because that puts money into the bigger pot.
Great. Superintendent, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure early versions of the legislative priorities had a blank space for what we feel is the appropriate level for the state school fund advocacy. I want to make sure we're not out there quoting a number that the board isn't in consensus about. I think you just heard recently business officials, along with the coalition, arrived at a number of no less than 10.3 billion, which is a bit higher than the 9.5 billion number that was initially has been floated out there as a first stab at it at the state level. So we don't want to be talking out of turn. So just for the board's clarification, it would be good to know that what the number is that we're advocating for.
Thank you for making that clear. Yes, and that is what we're voting on. And I will just say, and I appreciate the framing you just said. It's a no less than, and I think that I am only comfortable with the $10.3 billion in there as sort of a no less than current service level, and then let's talk about what's more. I just if someone needs to pick up the RITA model of reminding people every year. I mean, we have a quality education model. The state has a commission that comes up with this. We do this for a reason, and then the state legislature promptly ignores it and pretends that it doesn't exist. And I think if we, if it's not important, then the state legislature should get rid of that commission and not come up with that number. But as long as we have it, I mean, it means something. It should mean something. And I understand the state budget challenges. I also understand from many years of public budgeting that the folks who ask for what they need are more likely to get it than the folks who come in and say, well, maybe we can compromise with you and get something less. So the $10.3 billion where OSBA is, it's fine. But it's a minimum fine, right? And even at 10.3, our students are going to suffer from what they could if the state adequately funded education in the way I think that they should. So I'll just put that on the table. Any other comments on the legislative agenda before we move to a vote? Representative McMahon, anything to add? Great. Let's move towards a vote on this. Ms. Bradshaw, any public comment?
No.
Great. The board will now vote on Resolution 6626, the 2023 Portland Public Schools legislative agenda as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Great. Any abstentions? Resolution 6626 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. I want to
Chair,
quickly...
just a reminder, PPS board members have an opportunity to be heard this Thursday at a MESD-hosted legislative dinner for those that are able to come out.
And you should have received an email with a lot more information from Lisa tonight.
Yes.
Policy Chair Lowry.
So because it is almost 10 o'clock and I prescribe to Director Scott's idea that meetings should be done at 9, we are going to only take the first reading of the compulsory enrollment age and grade level at entrance at this moment. That is policy 4.10.020-P. This policy is coming to us. There's a staff report there in the board books that you can see and hopefully you've reviewed. The staff feels that this is not best practices, especially given the racial equity implications of this practice, and you can see that there in the staff report. So the policy committee reviewed this policy. We looked at it at 2 separate meetings, and we've now brought it forward for a first reading and are putting it in the 21-day public comment period.
Chair Lowry. Just a quick question. So normally we'd have 21 days and there'd be a policy committee meeting in between where we could consider any public comment, but we won't have one. Will we actually wait till after, because the next policy committee meeting is at the 25th?
Legal counsel large, would you speak to that?
Unfortunately, I don't think it's a pure legal question. It's a practice question for enrollment for kindergarten in the fall, and I understand this is time sensitive. What I don't know is exactly where the timeline is that's super sensitive, but I know that having it first read at this meeting was cutting it close. And I don't know that we have anyone here who knows exactly that.
So there's an opportunity for public comment, there's just not a policy committee, correct?
Right, so
the
it could be
question is, what do we
considered by
do
the
with
full
public
board.
comment?
The public comment that comes back will need to be considered as part of our
Board meeting. Yes, we'll just move it to the full board.
So
I'm
I would like
ju-
to move us on, but can we ask the process questions outside of the meeting, or is there something that's relevant to this meeting?
Well, we should do our business in public, but I can send the questions somewhere else.
I'm asking you if it's relevant. Or
Well,
not.
it is, because then if you consider the public comment, then you're voting on it the same meeting that you're hearing the public comment. And the better practice would be to hear the public comment at a meeting and vote on it at the next one. So you can consider any
Okay,
changes.
most of our public comment comes at a meeting where we also take a vote,
So let's.
I'm just saying from the policy committee standpoint, that's generally what we do so that we can, if we want to
I think we're
incorporate that.
operating in a sort of different space here just because of the time-sensitive nature of this. So let's do this. Let's look at any public comment we get and get in touch with the early ed people and see what the timeline is, and if there is possibility for us to consider it at one meeting and then vote on the next, we'll do that. But if not, we'll follow up and we'll make sure that comment is shared as soon as it's received so that the full board can consider it ahead of time before the meeting.
Thank you.
The board will now provide a voice vote on OSBA officers. This year, there's only one candidate running for OSBA board director position in 2017. There's no election for position numbers 18 and 19 this year. Katrina Dowdy from Mobile ESD is running unopposed for position 17 on the OSBA board of directors. Voice vote. All in favor of Katrina Dowdy, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed,
Yes.
please indicate by saying no. Results of tonight's vote will be submitted to OSBA after this meeting. Our last agenda item is to go back to the contract that was pulled. Vice Chair Hollins, would you like to ask your question or just move this as a separate vote?
So I would like to move it as a separate vote. So the reason why I asked to call this one is, once again, when we talk about the consent agenda and we talk about, having equity and contracting, and these contracts, again, there is no certified firms on these new contracts. And so, and I look back at my notes, I've been bringing this up since October. And I know Chair DePass has brought this up as well in the past for years. And so, I don't want to continue just going with the status quo of just voting on stuff, and we have a policy that we're looking at equitable things, and just keep moving things forward. I bring it up, it's like, oh, okay, he brought it up, it's over. I think if we're really talking about equity, we have to vote with equity as well. And so for that alone, no issues with the company, with DR Masonry. I think they're a great group. I know they started in 1994. It started as a one-man guy. They got up to 100, employees. But with that came a lot of opportunities that they got because of who they are. A lot of our minority contractors don't get those opportunities. And so if we're really talking about equity, especially in contracting, we can't just continue just going with the status quo and just keep voting yes on these things, even though we bring these up year after year after year. At some point, we have to take a stand. And for me, on this vote here, so I'm taking a vote of no, because we have to start really being intentional of our contracting measures and not just be saying no here today. I want to also ask my board colleagues to look at our policies in regarding these contracts and our certified firm numbers or percentages.
I have a comment on that. I stand with you on that, and I've been exhausted bringing it up. I think I said as I asked to add a column, and the column never has a check mark in it for minority or women-owned businesses. Very rare. And so that hasn't worked very well. I'd like to know if we can look at each division of work for a contract, starting from 000 all the way through all of the divisions of work for all of our contracts, and identify which of those divisions have minority and women-owned contractor and what the landscape looks like in Portland, and which ones don't. I mean, maybe there's, steel work. There's some specialty areas that we might not be able to find minority-owned contractors, but there are so many areas and divisions of work that do have minority-owned businesses, and we should be employing them. We should be spending money in those communities. So I appreciate your courage and Director Hollins in bringing that forward. It's been my sentiment as well, and I haven't had the courage to fight it like this.
Director Hollins, did you ask about the bid process here and how many other bidders there were and whether any of them were minority contractors?
No, I didn't ask about this specific bid, but I know the bid process because I myself have tried the bid process here at PPS.
No, I mean,
I haven't asked about this specific one, but when I look up the scope of work for this one, I know there are a lot of minority contractors that can do this type of work as well.
I was just going to ask that too. Are there, I don't know whether that division has a pool of contractors, but they do. Okay.
Want to be careful, and I'm going to defer a little bit to legal counsel here. We as a board, my understanding is we cannot say you must contract with certified firms. That would actually be a violation of law. What we can do is put the programs and practices in place that support those companies in the bid process and support them in the contract process so that we could grow them. And this is what, and Director DePass, you've talked about this quite a bit. This is what other governments, in our region have done somewhat successfully, some more than others. And I think what I've heard from the board is there's a really strong desire for PPS to be a leader in that space. That is different than saying, you must contract with a certified firm. And I want to be careful because if the board is saying that, and for instance on this contract, if we vote no on this, and there was a legitimate bid process that went through, I think we're setting up a legal challenge from the contractor who would be able to say, I won this contract, and the board is denying it not on terms that are legally allowed. So that's, I want to surface that as we go through this.
And not just legally allowed, to your point, but on the criteria that were specified to the bidders, like the rules that they thought they were bidding by.
And I'm assuming our criteria, and I don't know this, I assume they include, diversity in terms of our bid process. I know that, at Metro City of Portland, there are those, you get a certain number of points for things like that. And again, I would have to defer to the superintendent and staff on that. But that's so I want to reiterate, I agree with you wholeheartedly in terms of the end goal, and I think it's just a question of how we get to that place.
I'd like to chime in before I think when I made a note here earlier, roundabout way, I think we should get a light so that we're all listening to hear fully versus listening for a pause so that we can jump in. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, we hit a button and then somehow, then that way you can look down the thing to see that some people have a question or they would like to have something to say versus, what oftentimes is we're sitting here biting at the chip waiting for my turn. But the unfortunate part of that is when I'm doing that, I'm not fully engaged in the listening aspect. And so I'm not fully in my listening mode. And I say all that to say that I've been biting at the thing with something to say. I would say that I heard the soup or somebody say earlier that we decide, like we vote on the contracts, that it's up to us. That's what I heard earlier. I heard earlier that it's our decision who gets it. So to come back and say I have to ask his permission or what he thinks, and maybe that's not what you said, that's sort of what I heard, but that's why I need a light, because I'm not fully hearing. I'm hearing aspects of things, and sometimes I don't like what I hear, so I have to say it out loud so that I can give somebody else a chance to say, dude, that's not what I was saying at all. You didn't hear me clearly. So I want to make sure that I put that out there as well. But if I am responsible for the hiring, and if I am responsible for who gets the contracts, then I can say that I don't want to sign off on anything until I've seen the bidding process, and that I understand that organizations of color have been given the same opportunities, that we have put this out there, and that they had the same opportunity to see it, and that it was a fair practice all the way around, because I want to be very, and not even fair. I shouldn't even say fair, because the fair is in Salem and they judge pigs there. So this ain't about being fair. This is about being intentional. So I want to make sure that it's very clear that I'm intentional about making sure that that organizations, contractors, construction companies of color get the same way we're saying that we divvy our money differently, because we want to make sure that we prioritize towards our black and native students. So I'm going to divvy my contracting money differently, because I want to make sure that I prioritize towards a certain area. Now, if the airlines can do it with, certain people, there's always this loophole. There's always this thing. I haven't been in HR for a while, but you can say that I want to focus on a certain thing, and I'm only going to hire based on that. If it's my job, it's my responsibility, and it's my money, then I can hire who I want to hire, right? And so that's what I'm looking at. I want to make sure that I'm intentionally looking at organizations of color, and that's why I would say no tonight, me personally.
I think maybe we could look at our, most of these contracts get scored. In other public entities, you get up to 100 points. You get 15 points if you have if you partner with, or if you can prove that you're, minority-owned or woman-owned firm. And I'm very unclear about our contracting processes, but what I am clear on is the result of our processes result in contracts that don't support them, that don't end up enriching the minority business community. So I do know the outcomes. I'm not sure about the process internally.
Director Hollins, I'd like to ask that we have an agenda item in the Facilities and Operations Committee so that we can go over our aspirational goals, go over our dashboard, and really with an eye toward thinking, how can we change our policies and practices if we're not getting the results that we want to see? I think that would be a good place to start, or we could start with a full board work session. Because I think it would be helpful for everyone to have a review of our contracting practices to begin with anyway, and then to see, what's in the policy realm where we can make improvements.
I like the idea of a work session also, so we can ask questions openly, and we can all be educated at the same time. I'm not usually able to make the facilities meetings. They start a little bit early, but we have been given briefs on this process, but I think it would benefit us to do that again. Mm-hmm.
Does the board want to defer on this contract?
So,
more information from staff about the process?
So Director Hollins, would you like me to make a motion to have a separate resolution with that contract in it?
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
I was just asking Director Hollins if he'd want me to make a motion for a resolution with that contract in it so the rest of the business agenda can go.
It was already approved.
We already adopted the rest.
This is the only outstanding item from the business agenda, from the consent agenda.
Do you want me to make a motion to move to vote on the contract? I move we vote on the separate agenda item of the contract for DNR masonry restoration.
Second.
I would really like to hear from I'm concerned about, I've heard some board members say the reason we would be voting no on this contract is because of race, and I feel like that is a legal issue.
No, let me make sure it's clear. It's not race. It's policies that we already have with certified firms. So the certified firm thing, just race.
Well, I heard Furman say something different.
But I'm just saying, it's based on certified firms. So when I first talked about it, I've talked about certified firms, not just black firms, Latinx firms, based on our certified firms policy that we have. From October until today, we had almost over 40 million contracts. 0 certified firms. Now, I don't know how many more times you guys want to talk about equity, how many more times you guys want to throw out the word equity, but if we're not voting with equity, then we'll just continue to talk about it.
And
that's what we're talking about. So,
I'm going to ask.
but I wanted to make sure it was clear that it wasn't just by race, it was just certified firms.
General Counsel at Large, I'm going to suggest that maybe we go into executive session to talk about this, because I think there's a legal issue here that we need to talk about as a board before we take this contract vote.
I agree with your recommendation.
Okay. I don't know how we do that in Jefferson High School, but I'm hoping there's a room that we can go into.
I have a question. Can we table it to the next board meeting and then have an executive session later or before the next?
I think
board
that
meeting?
depends on the business needs of the contract.
I'd like to know from Dan,
Chief Young, is
urgency
this a
here.
time-sensitive item?
The contract with DNR Masonry, it's a flexible service contract, so we've got a dozen, maybe 2 dozen of these, and what they allow us to do is when we have projects that we need to be able to address them quickly, we have a firm that's already on a contract. So even though it's a big dollar amount, there's no guaranteed dollars there, so we can respond quickly and don't have to go through a formal procurement process. There's no identified scope in which they would work on this. It is not time sensitive. It could be moved to the next board meeting.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest that we find time to have an executive session to talk about this, defer the vote to the next board meeting and find time to talk about it prior to that.
Can I just ask a question? What's the legal question we were asking?
I actually think having that discussion creates legal risk in not an executive session. It was mentioned earlier. I just don't want to keep coming back to it.
I want to just say that in situations where there's a flexible services contract, we could have more than one firm. In other words, it's masonry, it's tuck and point. Could we not have 3 firms and then rotate? I've done this before.
Because we did do a formal RFP procurement, and there was only one proposer.
Okay, that's critical information. That was my question that I asked before.
No.
So there was only one respondent to the RFP for this flexible services contract for
Correct.
masonry. So for me personally, that's all I need to know to take a vote on this contract. And
So there's only
I
one.
want to have a work session to.
There was one respondent, and it's I'm just wondering, in terms of outreach, what we did. Again, there used to be a person at PPS that specifically went to NAMCO and went to all of the places. And so that we got only one bid does not necessarily reflect on the fact that, certified firms aren't bidding. It's that we maybe could have done a better job in our outreach and explaining that there's opportunity. I've had situations where I've had 2 or 3 contracts and it's rotated, and it rotates through the demand, and so it's a way of spreading the dollars in the community. I don't know if it's possible with this, but if Director Holland says there's other firms, then I'd wonder why they wouldn't bid on. This is great work. The district pays on time, and small businesses love that.
Actually paid great, by the way, about 21 days, so that's really good. I don't know a lot of specifics about this particular procurement. I do know that we regularly do attend our OWAMI and NAMAC meetings and Latino Built as well. We also have a routine of weekly sending them our active procurements and then where they can find those active procurements. I presume that happened on this one. I can double check to make sure that for some reason maybe something didn't happen.
I also, what I know about contracting is very relational, and so, sending something out is great, but those meetings really do, they do result in real work because of that relational, that reaching out, so.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to what I said a few minutes ago. It sounds like the board wants to hear more about the process, the specific bid process, and I think we're going to find time in executive session before we vote at the next board meeting.
We have a motion on the table, so we would need to, I believe,
Was it
table
seconded?
it.
I don't think it was seconded.
It was seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But I think that's what we're talking about, is tabling that till the next board meeting. Do we need to take a vote on the tabling?
So it's not a tabling, it's a motion to postpone to a date. Motion to postpone.
I
Exactly.
move
It's
we-
not to table.
I
Do we
move
need
we
to vote?
postpone.
Do we need
Sorry.
to vote to postpone it, or can we just say we're postponing it?
You gotta-
There's a bunch of stuff we've postponed. We postponed the vote. We postponed.
Right,
You have
but
a
you have a
motion on the
motion on,
table,
you have a
though.
motion on the table. So I think you need to vote on the motion on the table, which,
So I'm okay with the
Sorry,
motion.
Director Brim Edwards, I want to get clarity here from our general counsel.
Right.
So it sounds like we, in order to postpone this to the next board meeting,
right.
what is
It's
our
a
process?
motion to postpone to a certain time or a definite time. That's the Roberts Rules motion. I had to look up the last piece, and I think you could make that motion while this motion is pending.
And then that motion needs to be voted on. It's not
Yes.
just a head nod. It's okay.
Yes.
Then I will make a motion to postpone this until the next board meeting.
I will second that. And if we're going to have discussion, so just so I understand what we're going to do, we're going to, before the next board meeting, we'd have an executive session, discuss whatever legal issue there is, and then at the board meeting, we could either approve it, not approve it, or
Postpone it again.
or whatever, right? Is that's the process?
Yes.
Okay.
And staff will also provide additional information, probably just by email, about the bid process.
I guess that's what I'm having an issue with, right? If we're going to get the same information that they give for their bidding process, but in the last 3 months, there haven't been any certified firm, what would be the point of getting the information so we can know why they're not getting it? I mean, I hear what you're saying, that we want to get the process, but the process currently that they have has not been working. So we're going to get this current process to tell us what? We already know what it says. It hasn't been working.
And I think that's what leads the board then to talk about policy changes that we think will be effective.
So are we going to, the course of what you're saying as far as, I'm not saying table it, but referring it, we're going to move it to the next board meeting. We're going to have an executive session about the legalities of voting yea or nay for this resolution. We're going to have the board meeting, we're going to vote on it, and then later on, we're going to have an executive session about the policy?
No, we're going to have an executive session to discuss the legal issues around the vote on this contract.
Hold on, so help me understand the legal issue, because if we're the board.
So the reason we're not talking about the legal issue right now is because to the extent we talk about the legal issue openly, then we're creating more legal issues. So that's the reason why, and frankly, I think we should go into executive session right now, because that's what I said 10 minutes ago, we wanted to postpone it. I think we need to have that executive session now, because clearly there's questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great, let's go do that. We'll find a room. We're temporarily, what are we, suspended? Thank you, everybody. We are reconvening, is that the right term? Reconvening, and just wanted to note for the record, we did go into executive session under Oregon Statute 192.6602H to confer with legal counsel. And now we are coming back. Our remaining item, there is a motion on the table to postpone the vote on the contract, which I do not remember the exact name, until the next board meeting. And that motion has been seconded. Is there any board discussion before we take a vote?
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. I'm voting to postpone the vote because of concerns about process, not the contractor itself.
Great.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Any other comments before we take a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to postpone this until the next meeting, please say yes.
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 All those opposed? Student Representative McMahon.
Yes.
The motion, any abstentions? Motion passes by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. I believe that was our last agenda item for the evening. Thank you, everyone. It was a really exciting day to be here at Jefferson and to pass the master plan moving forward. So appreciate that, and we are adjourned.